Chapter 82, They Did It. I'm so sleepy. Yawning, Reel arrived at the dining hall and plopped down into the middle chair. She had been incredibly busy lately, from the sale of elixirs that had been spreading throughout the nation to negotiating with the members of resistance and supporting her 3 comrades. She was spinning all day long, busy with her task. That being said, she was genuinely happy with this daily routine. After all, not only had she achieved her revenge, but her father's business was booming more than ever. Moreover, she had gained 3 strong allies. Unlike the title of demon plastered on them, those 3 people were incredibly kind. Reel truthfully had no complaints at all. Reel rubbed her sleepy eyes, waiting for the 3 of them to arrive. Breakfast time was dawning near. There was something weird today. Normally, Chloe, the earliest riser, would have been the first to arrive. But Chloe was nowhere to be seen, until, good morning, Reel. Oh. Yeah. Good morning, Chloe. Just as she expected, Chloe was the first to appear. Reel greeted her cheerfully, but soon enough, Reel noticed something unusual. Chloe's cheeks were flushed red, even though Chloe usually looked as sleepy as herself. Are you? Chloe suddenly looked down and covered her lips with one hand. Chloe was definitely behaving unlike her usual self. Huh? What? Did something happen? She was supposed to be resting in her room yesterday, right? So why? Reel tilted her head, confused at the sudden change when another person came into the dining room. Good morning, Reel, Chloe. A somewhat awkward teenage boy voice could be heard. Good morning, Kai. Question mark. Upon seeing Kai's face, Reel became even more confused. Wait, why is Kai's face red too? Moreover, Kai usually came in with sleepy Nya, but Kai came in alone today. To make things worse, Kai was sitting across from Chloe. The 2 of them looked very uncomfortable, as could be seen how they were fidgeting and averting their gazes from each other. What's going on here? The mood between them is somehow. Good morning, Kai. Yeah. Good morning. Their flushed faces, their aversion to making eye contact, their awkward voices and their obviously suspicious behavior. Not to mention, the timing of their arrival in the dining hall too. There was no doubt about it. Ah, I see. They did it. They really did it. Chloe, did you sleep well last night? Hiya. What? Sure, Reel admitted she was trying to tease Chloe, but she definitely didn't expect for Chloe to react in that way. Chloe flinched and stammered, obviously overacting at such a simple question. While Kai only looked down, his face flushed even more. Seeing their reactions, Reel felt a bit exasperated. No, they're acting too weird. They really have no intention of hiding it, huh? Right. I just remembered I forgot to wake Nya. I will go to Nya's room. You 2 go ahead and eat first. Kai? They definitely did it. Anyway. Go ahead and eat first, okay? Ha. Apparently Reel's voice didn't even reach Kai's ear. Kai stood up abruptly. His face was completely flushed. Just when Kai was about to escape. Good morning, Kai. The moment he opened the door, he saw Nya. Her eyes were half-lidded as she stared hard at Kai. Kai immediately froze in place. Kai, you didn't come to wake me up. Even though you always come to my room at the same time to wake me up every day. That's because I overslept a bit this morning. I was waiting for you, but you didn't come. I mean, if you were awake, then you should have come here by yourself. Why were you waiting for me? Wait a minute, huh? What? Nya, who had been puffing up her cheeks the entire time, suddenly seemed to notice something. She grabbed Kai and leaned close. Kai could only stood there, shocked at the sudden closeness. Nya sniffed Kai's clothes a few times and she went real quiet. Almost too quiet even. Kai. Yes. Why do you smell like Chloe? What? There's Chloe's smell on Kai's clothes. Silence ensued. Reel propped her cheeks up with both hands while watching Chloe's reaction. Chloe was trembling from embarrassment. She looked like she wanted to disappear into a hole if she could, while Kai only stood there, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Nia tilted her head to the side and frowned. Chloe's scent is very strong here. You wouldn't smell like this unless you had been hugging her all night. Nia's tone was accusatory. Nia-san? How do you even know that? Kiss. We only kissed. We didn't go all the way. Wow, what did you say? What are you talking about? Question mark. Kai, you stupid. You virgin. Loser. You're a shitty virgin that can't even eat the meal that has been prepared for you, huh? Wait. You geese didn't go all the way? No way? You're kidding, right? Real couldn't stop herself from exclaiming upon hearing Chloe's response. No? Impossible? No way. A boy and a girl of that age only hugged and kissed all night long? Just that? Unbelievable. That's not possible. Regardless, Nia didn't seem to care about those little details at all. Nia. Why are your eyes red? Wait. We were still inside Real's mansion. Nia. Don't. Nia immediately unleashed her demon's power. She was about to cause an explosion, but Kai quickly grabbed Nia and jumped outside, sparing the mansion from damage. However, the powerful blast that echoed through the morning caused a huge commotion among the townspeople. Chapter 83, Third-Rate Villain. This is not what we agreed on. After a whirlwind of storm caused by the fake demon had subsided, Adolf stomped to the royal palace. Leaving all the cleanup to his subordinates, Crown Prince Adolf confronted the demon in his room. With his fist clenched, Crown Prince Adolf yelled at the jet-black monster. Why did the mind control end halfway through? The mind control should have turned all the soldiers into emotionless puppets. Who knows? Maybe you don't have enough magic power? The Crown Prince gritted his teeth as he glared at the monster before him. No matter how he looked at it, that monster was not normal. Its body was twice the size of an adult male. Its eyes glowed yellow and its whole body was jet black. Just being near it made the Crown Prince felt like choking. If the Crown Prince weren't a black magician, the aura emitted from that creature alone would be enough to leave him unconscious. The Crown Prince had made a pact with this creature. In exchange for his soul, the Crown Prince gained the power of black magic, allowing him to descend to another realm, a place no one had ever reached before. I've said it many times. I'm just a guide. The monster let out a deep laugh, as if mocking him. The Crown Prince could only grit his teeth harder and glared dagger at the creature behind him. I'm a guide, but at the same time, I'm also a contractor. It was I who granted you black magic and it was I who made you some sort of a demon, and yet, you blame your own inadequacies on me. I cannot understand your fury, Adolf. That's what I'm trying to say. Things are not going according to what we agreed on. You were the one that said they were fake demons. So why are they stronger? As if he had gone mad, the Crown Prince flailed his arms wildly as he shouted. I poured more than half of my magic power to corpse. I forcibly awakened his corpse, placed mind manipulation magic on him and made him many times stronger than he was when he was alive. So why couldn't he stand a chance against those fake demons? I've already given you more than 30% of my soul. Because of that, the Crown Prince couldn't contain his rage. He had never been this angry before. Of course, it wasn't because he was unaware of the danger of selling his soul entailed, but he had something he desperately wanted to get, hence why he made a deal with this monster without any ounce of hesitation. He wanted to see the world burn. A happy world where all hypocrites plaguing humanity had all but disappeared, along with the false benevolence. Everyone could freely kill each other, just living according to their instincts. He wanted to make the nobles who had looked down on him, his older brother, everyone, dance in the carnage. That was the kind of revenge he desired the most, and indeed, more than half of his plan had already been in motion. The nobles were rendered speechless. His older brother and father were both tormented daily with hellish hallucinations. However, he was still missing the most crucial element in his revenge. He was not the absolute ruler of this world yet. That's your prophecy, isn't it? that demons would devour this world and remake it piece by piece. So why do things end up this way? That power. Ugh. That power definitely belongs to a demon. There's no way he's not a demon, although he didn't want to admit it, but the power wielded by those fake demons was at the level of a walking disaster. Overwhelming power and fear, someone who could destroy everything in its path. That was the kind of demon he wanted to become. Have you finished talking, Adolf? Seemingly indifferent to Adolf's outburst, the monster raised the corner of its mouth into a smirk as it sneered. It seems you still don't have enough power in your hands. Wah, you said it, didn't you? That you've only sold 30% of your soul to me and you gave half of that 30% to that. What was his name again? Kultz. Do you really think infusing your power into a complete nobody like him would make any difference? This is not what we agreed on. You said that I could become the ruler of this world with just 30%. Cough. The Crown Prince was about to lash out again when he suddenly coughed. Arg. Ugh. Cough. Cough. Arg. Wah. Cough. But the coughing wouldn't stop. Along with the coughing fit, the Crown Prince felt the bile going up his throat. He became sick and when he spat out, he saw his hands were stained with bright red liquid. The Crown Prince had coughed up blood. Cough. Cough. Wah. What's? So it's finally happening. What a shame. Wah. Cough. You didn't just sell your soul, but you also sold your life force to me too, remember? The monster, who had been sitting by the window, said calmly. The monster then stood up and slowly knelt in front of Adolf. Unable to stand, the Crown Prince crumpled on the floor. Intense chills and pain racked his whole body. When the soul breaks, so will the body. I believe you should already know about that, don't you? Why you? You tricked me. No, I didn't trick you. I merely offered you a deal. Though it seems you foolishly thought you could replace your lost life force with someone else's. The monster then slowly reached out its large hand and grasped the Crown Prince's head. Let me tell you this. You're wrong. The soul cannot be changed. The essence cannot be altered. Your body wasn't made to use black magic in the first place, you know? So, don't misunderstand. You didn't become strong. I made you strong. It was all me. Cough. Cough. Ha ha ha. The prophecy, huh? A demon will devour this world and reshape it from the ground up. Yes, I did say that. Then why? But I believe I've also told you this before, didn't I? The creature paused before it continued speaking in a deep, low voice, as if the monster was mocking the Crown Prince's pitiful state. One day, you asked me, am I really the demon in prophecy? Cough. Pure. Then I told you. As long as you give me your life force and soul, you will become the demon in prophecy. That's right. If you didn't sell your soul and life force to me, you are nothing but a small fry. Arg. You. What's the matter, Adolf? Don't you want to become the demon in prophecy? The Crown Prince's face was now tainted with dark red blood. Seeing the blood on the Crown Prince's face, the demon's lips curled into an even broader smirk. If you don't give me your life force and soul, you won't become the demon in prophecy. You will just become a third-rate villain. Despite having no talent in black magic, who forced your body to use black magic and tried to bring chaos to the world only to be crushed by the real protagonist. A pitiful third-rate villain who can only talk big but no action. Ugh. So? What will you do, Adolf? Are you going to remain as a third-rate villain? Just by selling a little bit more of your soul and life force, you're one step closer to becoming the demon in prophecy. You bastard. Even though Prince Adolf was coughing blood in front of him, the monster remained unfazed. In fact, the monster kept teasing Prince Adolf instead. The Crown Prince, now shedding tears of blood, shouted. He voiced his confusion. Why? Why are you doing this? What's your goal? What is it? As I said earlier, I'm merely a guide. The monster looked up at the ceiling before continuing. This is a sign for me to guide the story into the right direction. I'm just a guide. That's right. A guide to become the god of this world, so to speak. Stop joking around. so? What will you do, Adolf?" The monster, the self-proclaimed god, grinned once more as it looked down at the writhing crown prince. "Are you going to remain as a third-rate villain, Adolf?" Chapter 84, Take All of Me. 3 nights had passed since we invaded the royal palace. I was taking a break in my room at Shriel's mansion, gathering my thoughts. First, the strange cube that we had found in the forest. This cube seemed to be some sort of tool to store human life force. However, there was one problem. There wasn't any item of this nature in the game. It was a bit late to say this now, but things were progressing so far from the original game storyline. Maybe that was why. The game's scenario had deviated so much that an unknown item had appeared to restore some sort of consistency after I killed Koltz. And then, there was the issue with Koltz himself and the Holy Sword. We had killed Koltz, but he somehow came back to life as a ghoul. I still found it hard to believe even as of now, but if the Crown Prince had poured a lot of black magic power into Koltz, I guess it made sense why Koltz was able to come back as a ghoul. Reviving the dead might seem like an incredulous concept, but given the Crown Prince had enough magic power to mind control hundreds of soldiers, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be able to bring Koltz back to life. But that still didn't explain how Koltz was able to wield the Holy Sword. That was the biggest question I had in mind. The Holy Sword had rejected Koltz when we killed him. He should had already lost the qualification to wield the Holy Sword, so why could he use it again? It didn't make sense. I thought the Holy Sword was able to choose its own master or something? Well, I did plant a trap in the Holy Sword after killing Koltz, so the Holy Sword shouldn't be a big problem, but still. I couldn't help but to be curious. And then, the Crown Prince. Why are you puffing your cheeks up like that? I've been sticking to you all day long, right? I mean, I'm even hugging you right now, because Kai must be thinking about another woman right now. Kai is a cheater after all, so you must be thinking about some other girl even though you're hugging me right now. You really don't trust me, huh? I was just thinking about the next step we should take. I mean, Koltz got resurrected somehow, the Crown Prince and the True Demon or whatever the Crown Prince mentioned. There were a lot of things in my mind. Was it the same when you were with Chloe? When you were with Chloe, you were only thinking about her, right? Nia's head suddenly dropped low and she suddenly muttered in a dejected voice. It must be because I'm not as charming as Chloe. Huh? Chloe is beautiful after all. She's kind and has a cute smile. Her chest is big too. She's much more attractive than me. Nia, that's why, I get it. I understand why Kai would be into Chloe. I totally understand why you would want to kiss her, but, Nia's voice started to crack. The telltale sign of tears was coming near. I gently lifted her face with both hands and just as I feared, her eyes were filled with unshed tears. Pang of guilt washed over me at the sight of her sorrowful face. Kai, you're attractive, huh? You're just as attractive as Chloe, Nia, I said with a serious expression on my face and Nia's eyes widened in surprise. I firmly grasped her shoulders and continued. As about the fact that I kissed Chloe first. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Nia. I understand why you're upset and there's nothing I can say to justify it, but I never once thought you weren't attractive. Really? Of course. In the first place, you're so adorable. You're the most adorable girl I've ever seen and Nia, you have a different charm from Chloe. In a good way, of course. The way you walk, the way you look at me when I hug you, everything about you makes me feel so healed and at the same time, makes my heart race too. Besides, you're my #1 partner. As my words kept flowing like a broken dam, Nia just stared at me blankly. She seemed flabbergasted as her gaze was fixed on me. While I was struggling to fight against the rising embarrassment, I also maintained eye contact with her. Nia, I wouldn't have made it this far if it weren't for you. I might have even died at the camp. It was you who saved my life and even if I were to put that factor aside, Nia, you're my most important partner. You're my best friend and the girl I care about the most. Unable to bear the embarrassment from my own words any longer, I turned my face away from her. I squeezed my eyes shut, barely managed to continue, but I still forced myself to let my true feelings out. We went as far as kissing Chloe because I felt bad for you, Nia. Of course, Chloe is just as important to me as you are, but I knew that if I were to go even further with Chloe first, you would get hurt. Chloe understood that, so we only kissed. Nothing more. Nia. Why you're not saying anything? When I braved myself to open my eyes to look at her, I was greeted with a sight that was beyond my expectation. Nia, who was usually so carefree and seemingly did not understand the concept of embarrassment, was now blushing so deeply. I could somehow see steam rising from her face as she looked down. Nia, don't look at me. Eventually, Nia started to flail wildly on my lap while covering her face with her hands. I could clearly see she was feeling both embarrassed and happy just from how she acted. Her earlobes, peeking out from her silky white hair, were bright red. Seeing this reaction made me regain a bit of my composure. Nia, show me your face. No, I don't want to. Absolutely not. But I want to see your face. Kai. You're such a cheater. Well, I can't deny that accusation now, but in fact, if you really like me that much, then you should have given me your first kiss. Not just the lewd stuff, but also the platonical stuff too. Like kisses, hugs, your heart, your body, all of it should have been mine. Feeling even more embarrassed, I looked down and bit my lower lip before I responded to her. I actually want to give you my everything except for my first kiss. I didn't have anyone I liked in my previous life, and the first person that I met when I came to this world was you. You're the first person I fell in love with. You're the first person I hugged, and I also want to give you my first time. I already planned on giving you my first. Of course, it's not that Chloe and Real are not important to me, but I'm not trying to say who is the first and the least, but Nia, you're truly important to me, that I could even say you're the most important person in my life. So darn it. I was starting to lose track of what I was trying to say. My heart was beating wildly, my body was getting so hot that I felt like I might explode at any second now. After all, I didn't have any experience with women. I was a complete beginner. I couldn't act smoothly and express my feelings so fluently like that. I could only just express my feelings in a brute way, even if it made me look stupid. I had no idea of what to say to make Nia happy, or the right timing to improve her mood. I didn't know any of that stuff. I was struggling just to express myself. All I could do was tell her what I was thinking in a stupidly honest way. You are tilde. Nia was flailing her legs wildly while pounding my chest with her fist in quick succession. She looked like she would slide off my lap. It seemed she was just as embarrassed as I was. Kai. You idiot. You're a cheater. I hate you. I'm sorry, Kai, you're a cheater. You're definitely a cheater. You say all that stuff just to make girls fall for you. I'm sorry. I understand that I am a cheater from your point of view. I'm really sorry, but my heart seemed to stop beating. No, it felt like time itself had stopped moving, along with my heart. After all, right now, Nia, with her eyes closed, Nia was kissing me. She pushed her soft lips against mine. Nia. Caught off guard by the sudden action, I was flustered at first, but when I saw Nia's beautiful eyes were closed, I naturally began to calm down and closed my eyes too. I circled my arms around her waist. Nia had also hugged me without me realizing it. She was clinging to me so tight, as if she didn't want to be apart from me. She pressed her body against mine so vigorously. She then wrapped both arms around my neck and continued to kiss me from below. It was as if the emotions that had been running wild and flailing about before were now channeled into these passionate kisses. Kai. MMNH. Mwah. She kept pressing our lips together, and right when we were on the verge of losing our breaths, Nia finally let me go. Her normally pale skin was now flushed in deep crimson. Unshed tears were welling up in her eyes as she gazed up at me. The girl in my arms was so precious. So dearly precious to me. Unable to hold the overflowing feelings in my heart, I gently brushed Nia's hair aside with one hand and leaned down to kiss her once more. As if she had been waiting for this, Nia closed my eyes and tilted her head to meet my lips. We kissed, long and gentle. Our lips lingered until we were once again on the edge of losing our breath. Nia seemed delirious from the heat. She just stared at me blankly. It seemed our kissing session was a bit too intense for her. Seeing her looking up at me like this made a certain desire in me to blossom. Struggling to suppress the desire that was about to explode, I asked her, "Do you want to kiss again?" I asked, expecting a positive response from her, but Nia shook her head instead. No. Huh? Why? A kiss won't cut it anymore. With her crimson eyes glistening so beautifully, Nia then continued on. I want to give Kai all of me. I want you to take everything. Take all of me as yours. My heart started racing wildly. All I could do was stare at the girl before me, feeling myself getting drawn into her. 85. Sweet responsibility. I want Kai to take my everything. I never expected Nia would say that first. Hence why, I could only gape at her, staring at her in shock. Nia, with her face flushed red, gently cupped my cheeks with both hands. Her eyes were trembling with unshed tears. We were staring at each other. Our gazes were smoldering hot, driving us both further into the abyss of chaos. Both of us were losing our control at a rapid pace. My heartbeat was erratic, threatening to explode at any moment. No amount of deep breathing could calm me down. I found myself thinking that I was indeed a cheater. I couldn't escape from this accusation since the thrill I once felt with Chloe was now happening to me again with Nia. I want you, Kai. I want all of my firsts to be with you. My first hug, my first kiss, my first tea time. Everything, I want all of my everything to be yours, Kai. AAA. Well, you gave your first kiss to Chloe though. That's. I know. Chloe loves Kai a lot and Kai loves Chloe a lot too. I get it. So she said. But her cheeks were puffed up again. I understand, but still. I can't help but feel uneasy. I see. Chloe is an incredibly important person to me. She's an irreplaceable friend of mine. She's someone as important as my own life, so I can accept sharing Kai with Chloe. Huh? Did you just say share? But still, I'm feeling more uneasy than I expected. No matter how many times I think about it. It's all Kai's fault for being a cheater. Wait. Don't you think your conclusion is a bit off? Besides, Chloe is partially to blame too. Kai, you've been nothing but kind to Chloe since you saved her life. It's only natural for her to fall in love with you. However, the same can't be said about Kai. You can't be kind to her. That's ridiculous. I mean, I was just being amicable with her. Nothing much, nothing less. That amicable part of you is the problem. I tried to protest, but Nia suddenly pulled my face to her. Our faces were close enough to feel each other's breath. My entire field of vision was filled with Nia's beautiful face. I could smell her soft, feminine scent, which caused my face to heat up even more. And just like me, Nia's face was flushed bright red as she continued on. Kai, you're so unnecessarily kind to other girls. It was the same with Alwyn. You're always making me feel anxious. No, Real is one thing, but Alwyn. No one knows the future. Also, Alwyn is looking at you with a strangely gentle look in her eyes. No. There's no way she's not looking at me like that. Only at you. While I was about to cock my head to the side, Nia suddenly moved closer, seemingly unable to hold back the brewing feelings any longer. The tip of her nose touched mine. Her scent became even stronger than before, overthrowing my balance. I could feel my reason gradually disappearing. Nia's voice, tinged with a hint of resentment, seemed to resonate deeply in me. I'm always by your side, but you only spoil me gently. You always treat me more like a little sister rather than a woman. That's you never looked at me with lulud eyes. You never came to visit me at night, even though I always waited for you every single night. You waited for me? That's why Kai has to be punished. Nia? Please calm down for a moment. Your eyes are MMPH. Nia's eyes suddenly glowed red, and when I tried to distance myself from her, she grabbed me and sealed our lips together before I could move. Her kiss was filled with heat and it felt wet. Nia pressed her body close, giving me a kiss full of resentment, over and over again. MMPH? Nia? NNGHH. The kiss had long gone beyond our usual limit. I felt like I was being devoured whole by Nia. The intensity of her kiss was simply overwhelming, and despite my best effort to respond to her kiss, my eyes ended up spinning instead. It seemed Nia thought I was trying to run away, since she pressed her lips even harder against mine, consuming me even further. How long had it been? My mind was blank. I was at Nia's mercy until finally Nia pulled away. She was breathing heavily with only a strand of saliva connecting our lips. Kai, I'm a woman. I know. Of course I'm aware of that. No, you don't. You don't know anything, Kai. You don't know just how much I like you, Kai. Nia fidgeted, seemingly shy, as if she hadn't just devoured me with a litany of rough kisses a moment ago. She gently placed her hand on my chest and looked up at me. You don't know just how deep my feelings are to you, and yet, you dare to look at other girls. You need to take responsibility. Nia, you need to take responsibility and claim my first time. Nia blushed, averting her eyes from me shyly. Her innocent reaction made it seem like the kiss we shared a few seconds ago was just an illusion. It was clear to see that Nia understood what she was insinuating. She knew what we would do if we go all the way. I found her reaction to be somewhat amusing though. So I let out a small wry smile, and at the same time, I gently lifted Nia's chin so she would look at me again. Nia gasped in surprise, but she didn't take her eyes off me. That being said, Nia was right. I had known for a long time that she had feelings for me, but somehow, I had been treating her like a little sister. She was adorable and brought me comfort when we were together. Hence why I never dared to look at her with that kind of desire. But, say something, Kai. You need to say something. And it seemed I couldn't hold myself back any longer. After being subjected to such a passionate kiss and seeing her small, vulnerable expression, every last shred of rationality in my mind had flown off. Just a little bit. Just for a little bit. I wanted to make a mess out of her. And so, before my desire got the better hold of I told her, I will take responsibility. The responsibility that you mentioned before, I will take it. Right now. And then the feelings that had been bottling up for a long time. I decided to convey all of the feelings in my heart to her. I will also take responsibility by making you happy for the rest of my life. And just so you know, this is something I've been thinking about for quite a while. I'm not saying it on a whim. I'm saying this because that is what I feel. What I genuinely feel. I tried to convey my sincerity to her. I knew she should already know I was being serious when I said for life, but Nia only looked at me bitterly. Tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. I knew it. Everything is Kai's fault. Why is it my fault? You know, I'm being serious here. You always shake a girl's heart like this. Tap. She lightly tapped my chest with her fist and Nia looked up at me. Her face was the epitome of happiness. You make me want to be by your side for the rest of my life too. You make me wish to be your wife and spend my life with you. That's why. You need to take responsibility. Unable to bear it any longer, Nia buried her face in my chest and continued on. You need to take responsibility and hold me close. You need to make me a happy wife. If not, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. That's a pretty heavy one, my partner. Everything is Kai's fault after all. Fufu, I see. Desire and warmth intertwined, and by the time I realized it, I found myself hugging Nia close to me. Hey wife, huh? I hadn't heard that word since I got reincarnated into this world. But yeah, I needed to take responsibility. Kai, yeah, take it. Take my everything. My heart was pounding wildly, and seemingly realizing that, Nia slowly pulled her face away from my chest to look up at me. Her blushing face was adorned with a gentle smile. Take all of my firsts as your future wife. And so, that night, I shared my first time with the girl who was the final boss in the game I had played in my previous life. 86. Sharing. Morning at Riel's mansion, in the dining room. Even though breakfast was already prepared in the kitchen, but Riel and Chloe remained silent, only staring at each other. Yes. There were just Riel and Chloe in the dining room. Kai and Nia hadn't arrived yet. Chloe narrowed her eyes as she recalled the events that unfolded the previous day. Nia? I really need to go to the bathroom. No. Kai has to stay with me. Huh? Right. Let's go to the bathroom together. Help. Chloe. Really? Nia was determined to stick to Kai for a whole day yesterday, and Kai, despite seemingly troubled by Nia's clinginess, only smiled exasperatedly. Not to mention, since Nia was in Kai's room last night, the fact that neither of them hadn't shown up yet meant that. Chloe, yeah? Do you want to come along? Even though Riel didn't say where, but Chloe immediately nodded and stood up from her seat. Yeah. Let's go together, Riel. They're probably in Kai's room, right? Those two must likely. Well then, let's go and take the head of that cheater. Chloe? ? Chloe uttered those frightening threats without batting an eye. They left the dining room and headed to Kai's room. Chloe was leading the way with Riel, who was trembling slightly, following close behind. That being said, Chloe actually understood why Kai did what he did. Kai and Nia were deeply in love with each other, and their bond had been forged long before Chloe met them. The two of them had literally faced life and death situations together. Chloe herself also loved Nia. Nia was someone so dearly beloved to Chloe, and Chloe couldn't help but to feel guilty for getting ahead of her, especially considering how heavy Nia's love for Kai was. Hence why, Chloe deliberately didn't cross the line on the night she shared her first kiss with Kai. But still, I can't help but to feel vexed about it. Considering the nature of their relationships, Chloe knew it was best to let Nia have her turn first. A part of her knew that she had to step back and watch them be, but her emotions couldn't agree with her logic. She loved him too. She loved him just as much as Nia did, maybe even more. She also wanted to have his first time. That idiot. Chloe's cheeks puffed up in frustration as Riel spoke softly. We should probably knock first, right? Probably. Fufu, your cheeks are all puffed up. Teasing Chloe, Riel chuckled as she knocked on the door. As expected, there was no response from beyond the door. Maybe they're still asleep? They're definitely still asleep. Maybe we should break open the door? Chloe? Your voice sounds a little ominous. No Riel, you're imagining things. I'm not angry at all. I just thought I should give Kai a tiny punishment. That's all. Fufu, alright, shall we open the door? Oh. Ahaha. Right. Riel could only laugh nervously in return, despite the shiver running down her spine. Chloe was a ruthless assassin on the battlefield, but she was usually so calm and composed outside of the battlefield. So for Chloe to be so consumed by jealousy, Kai, you're truly full of sins. Riel thought to herself as she stared at Chloe's blood-curdling appearance. The light-hearted facade from earlier had disappeared, replaced by a face devoid of any expression. Chloe then flung the door open without any hesitation. There, before their eyes, they witnessed a warm and peaceful sight. Huh? ? Sunlight streaming in through the curtain. Nia was sound asleep while clinging to Kai, and Kai was holding her close in return. The scene before them was so heartwarming that it was hard to believe either of them were the Roma demons. But, A certain part of the scene made Real's cheeks flushed red. She quickly averted her gaze. On the other hand, Chloe's stare was fixed on Kai. Her eyes were practically digging a hole through him. They really did it, huh? That they sure did. Right. The fact that they were sleeping while hugging each other was one thing, but the problem was, the two of them were completely naked. It was obvious what they had done last night. Anyone could tell that they had engaged in some couples-only activities the night before. Seeing this, Chloe's eyes grew even colder. I knew it. I could feel it when he hugged me, but Kai's body is surprisingly good. He has defined abs and his shoulders are broad. So this jerk had shown his amazing body to Nia before me. Unable to suppress the fury of resentment, Chloe shook Kai's shoulder roughly. Oi, wake up, you cheater. NGH? Chloe? Kai is cheating again. Still sleepy, Kai twisted his body a few times before finally opening his eyes a bit. Upon seeing Chloe's furious face in front of him, Kai immediately snapped into focus. On the other hand, Nia was still asleep. She was sleep-talking about Kai even. Huh? This is... did you have fun yesterday? You must have had so much fun since you're hugging Nia so tightly like that. It must be fun embracing Nia first before me, huh? Chloe? This is... Chloe? Real too. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Nia. After acknowledging Chloe, Nia went to hug Real, who was right in front of her. Of course, since Nia was completely naked, Real became flustered by the skin contact. Despite looking a bit flustered, Real still patted Nia's head and gently pampered Nia. However, on the other side of this heartwarming scene, I'm not angry, you know? I'm not angry at all. You're clearly angry. I mean, if you're not, then what's with that murderous look? Stop looking at me like that if you're really not angry. I feel like you're going to kill me for real, huh? No way, I'm not giving you any murderous look. Nope, I'm not thinking about how you refused to go all the way with me but you did with Nia. I'm definitely not thinking about that. That's it. Must have felt good, right? Yeah of course it did, even though Chloe said she wasn't angry, but Chloe was pouting and turning her head away from Kai. She had turned into a completely troublesome woman. This is bad. What should I do? Kai thought to himself while holding his head with his hands. Nia. What is it, Chloe? Tonight is my turn, right? Kai was frozen in place for a moment, stunned by the outrageous exchange he had just overheard. All right. Tonight is Chloe's turn, huh? Wait, what about me? Don't you think you need to ask my opinion first? So, Kai, I will be taking your time tonight. Oh, don't worry. We're not going to do anything lewd. As you can see, I do have my pride as a woman. Unless you make the first move, I will never touch you first. Like I said, what about me? Why are you two sharing my time without asking my opinion first? Isn't it weird? This is weird, right? A scene where two girls, who were in a very good relationship with each other, sharing the same man together. This heartwarming scene was a far cry from the chaos of war and insanity outside. Amidst this tranquil scene, Real could only smile wryly. Her smile seemed to be laced with a hint of loneliness though. Chapter 87, The Demon's Anguish. After being thoroughly teased by Nia and Chloe, I finally managed to get some alone time in my room. Chloe was still sulking at me today. She kept glaring at me every time she saw me, but, well, despite how she acted at me, she didn't keep her distance from me. We were still close, physically. So it should be okay, I guess. This is bad, isn't it? While I was pondering how things ended up in this way, I couldn't stop the smile from spreading on my cheeks. The way Chloe acted during the day was really bad on my heart. She was just a little bit troublesome and unreasonable, but the sweet expression and the gestures that she occasionally showed made it even. It was really unfair how adorable Chloe was. Recalling Chloe's face from earlier made me even more embarrassed. Before I could return to my room, Chloe suddenly stopped me. I'm sorry about today, Kai. I must be a bit annoying, huh? So you're aware of it? No. I mean, not at all. You weren't annoying. Not at all. In fact, you actually made my heart skip a beat. You're definitely lying, aren't you? Why are you sulking again? What am I supposed to do? I'm not sulking. I'm not sulking at all. So she said, but her face was flushed red. She looked undeniably cute. I let out a happy laugh and scratched the back of my head nervously as I said to her, Chloe. What is it? You see, I wasn't lying when I said my heart skipped a beat. The way Nia stared at me was a bit terrifying, but putting that aside, I had so much fun today. Sorry, I'm not good at expressing myself, but I was really happy today. Chloe and Nia sharing me. That would definitely wear me down, both mentally and physically. But I couldn't exactly say I was displeased with it. I really liked them a lot, both as friends and as women. Me too. Huh? No. It's nothing. Oh. Alright. Chloe suddenly blushed and looked down, refusing to meet my gaze. After a brief, ticklish silence, I decided I should head back to my room. Well, good night, Chloe. I will see you tomorrow. Kai. Yeah? What? However, when I turned my back on her, Chloe suddenly called out to me. I turned around and my eyes were shocked open because, huh? NMGH? MMMH? MMNH? Moi. MNNGH? MMNHH? Suddenly, absolutely out of nowhere, Chloe kissed me. I went stiff for a moment, but soon enough, I slowly closed my eyes, mimicking Chloe's action. I accepted the kiss, and after we shared a few passionate kisses, Chloe pressed her forehead against my chest and said, "You may not be mine, Chloe, but I'm yours. So remember that, you idiot." Wah! Exclamation mark. You. Gee, good night. Before I could say anything, Chloe had already vanished from in front of me. I swore I had never seen Chloe move that fast before. I doubt she could even reach that level of speed on the battlefield. Reminiscing Chloe's words and the soft sensation of her lips made me feel giddy. I couldn't stop myself from screaming into my folded arms. You are. You. And so, here I was, in my room. I was at my desk, pounding the said desk repeatedly as I buried my head in my hands. She was really unfair. That was a foul play. Definitely a foul play. Darn it. This is bad for my heart. Should I sneak into her room tonight? No, that would be too much, even for me. Right? Whatever. My heart wouldn't stop racing. I wanted to hold Chloe in my arms and then made a mess out of her. It should be okay, right? We both liked each other after all. No, but there's also Nia and Real too. Right. I felt bad for Nia, but more importantly, I felt like I had wronged Real. Real looked somewhat lonely today. Sure, she was still smiling and laughing like she was having fun with us, but sometimes her face would turn gloom, revealing glimpses of both envy and loneliness. Seeing that, I couldn't help but to assume that Real might actually like me as well. I had only ever read the harem route in novels, so I wasn't quite sure of what I should do now. I wanted to respond to everyone's feelings properly. I wanted to protect them and make them happy. Those feelings of mine were genuine. I strongly wanted to do that, but at the same time, I didn't know how to proceed. I was a bit frustrated at myself. Well, that's why I'm here. I need to think this through properly. While I didn't know what I should do to respond to their feelings, but I knew what I had to do first. I needed to deal with the royal family first. Cults, the Holy Sword, the Crown Prince and the demon that the Crown Prince mentioned. I needed to deal with all of that before I could achieve true happiness. For the sake of the resistance, who was in confusion, for the sake of the imperial citizens, I needed to come up with a plan. I was deep in my thoughts when suddenly someone knocked on my door. Kai. May I come in, huh? My eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the familiar voice. After all, that voice belonged to, sure. Come on in. Excuse me, Real. The owner of this mansion and someone who had supported us in many ways. 88. Real's feelings. Sorry for coming so late. But I have a few things I want to report. Oh, yeah. Please, have a seat. Thanks to being given the most luxurious room in the mansion, my room was equipped with not only a bed but also a sofa and a long table. I stood up from my chair and sat down on the opposite side of the sofa where Al was seated. Al smiled and chuckled. First, there's a request from Brian-san. She wants to be included in our operations, be that be a reconnaissance mission to the Imperial Castle or attacking the enemy camp when needed. Right. Brian's wound has healed, right? Yeah, thanks to Alwyn-san, who stayed by her side and took care of her. She actually planned on returning to the elf village, but given the current situation, she said she couldn't bear to leave. I see. All right. I'll be sure to contact Brian the next time we go to the Imperial Castle. Real nodded and continued speaking in a serious tone. Next, about the resistance. They went into quite a panic after hearing that even the regular soldiers were under the Crown Prince's mind manipulation. However, thanks to Kai and Nia's show of power, their morale is still pretty high. I see. Are there any other complaints from the resistance? Not really. Even those who were urging to charge straight into the royal palace can't speak up now. They probably didn't know the leader of their nation was actually a black mage. Well, that's true. I still remembered how the Crown Prince looked like back then. He looked so gaunt that he seemed to be struggling just to walk. He was really emaciated. His eyes bloodshot and his hair had turned white. He looked like he was cursed and teetering on the edge of life and death. He probably made a pact with the demon he mentioned. Well, no wonder the citizens were shocked. Considering the church's sins and the complete loss of trust in those in power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration the people had zero loyalty to the Imperial now. Also, the sale of the elixirs under our trading company is going well as usual. The elixir is already spread to people in other regions, so we're raking in quite a profit. Kai. Thank you. Why are you suddenly thanking me? Why, you ask? Well, you're the one who made the elixirs, right? That's true, but you're the one that handled all the distribution and sales, right? The success in sales is thanks to your hard work. You really don't need to thank me that much. Without you, none of these would have happened. Real suddenly interrupted me, something she had never done before. The death of the Pope and saving the trading company from the edge of bankruptcy. All of those were thanks to you. You saved us, Kai. So why are you being so modest now? Well, I guess you're right. Good grief. Kai, you're really not demon-like at all, Real said with a hint of sadness in her smile. You're always putting your comrades first. You're always kind and you never try to stand above others. You treat everyone equally. Really? I really can't see you as a demon at all. Now then, what are you trying to do now? Are you trying to flatter me to death? Fufu, did you know? Some of the citizens are already starting a movement to make you the new king. Huh? Yes. The members of resistance who gathered information among the people told me about it. After everything that happened with the church and now the royal family, many people are calling for you to be the king. You are. I visibly grimaced and shook my head repeatedly. No. Being a king? That's a bit. No. I don't want to be a king. That job sounds like a lot of work. No, I'm sorry, but I will have to refuse. You see, I just want to live a normal, happy life. I just want all four of us to stay like we are now. As long as we can keep living peacefully and maybe joke around a bit, I'm already satisfied. I really don't need anything more than that in life. Huh? Why are you so surprised? Just now, what did you just say? I just want all four of us to live together peacefully. As if in disbelief, Real stared at me with her eyes wide open. Huh? Did I say something strange? I tried to replay the words I had just said in my mind, but I couldn't find anything weird about it. That was just a very normal and simple desire. I really didn't want to have a grand life or anything. I just wanted to live happily together with Nya, Chloe and Real. With me too? Are you sure, huh? I understand if it's with Nya and Chloe, but why me? Hearing her question made me realize what Real was trying to say. She looked at me with the same expression she had when we first met. Scared, like a small, shocked animal. But I'm useless in combat. Real. I met you much later than Nya and Chloe. You've saved me so many times, but I can't do anything for you in return. I'm not as cute as they are, so I didn't think I would be included too. Real, let me tell you this. Feeling a bit upset, I furrowed my eyebrows together as I spoke in a harsher tone than usual. You're part of Shadow too, you know. Huh? You're one of us. You're our comrades. Seriously. Why can't you see just how important you are? You've been supporting us in everything outside of combat. You do know that before we met you, we were just sleeping in sheep inns or on the side of the road, right? That's. I was just doing what I'm supposed to do. Then what about becoming the communication bridge between Shadow and Resistance? Or earning the money we need to survive? Or distributing the elixirs? The sales of the elixirs? Kakai. Are you angry? Well, of course. Just a little bit though. I couldn't understand why she was selling herself short. I had always been treating Real like our comrades. Sure, I didn't spend as much time together with him as I had with Nya and Chloe, but I still consider Real as someone important to me. She was definitely one of the few people that I didn't want to lose no matter what. But maybe I hadn't been as obvious as I thought since Real started crying. She kept her head low, letting her tears drip to the floor. Huh? Real? So sorry. But you are. For this is not. This is. Real. No. Don't look. I don't want you to see me crying. I see. Real had been struggling with her own worries too. I needed to do better. I had been so focused on Nya and Chloe that I ended up making Real feel cast out. Real, look at me. You are. No. Don't look at me. I don't want you to look at me. Not this face. Real. I stood up from my seat and knelt in front of her, but Real immediately turned her face away. I gently cupped her cheeks with both hands and guided her to face me. Sure enough, her face was already streaked with tears. Yes. Real couldn't seem to find the right words to say, probably because there were so many emotions swirling inside of her. But I knew, to some extent, the kind of feelings Real had for me. After all, I also shared the same feeling as her. I cared for her deeply. She was so dear to me too. Real. Yes, will you stay with me? From now on, forever. What? What? Whoa. You startled me. Why are you reacting like that? What? But. Right. Stay with me forever could be taken as a marriage proposal. I meant it in the sense of being comrade, but. Well, I guess. Well, it's not entirely wrong anyway. Anyway. You're really important to us, so don't go and sell yourself short like that, okay? If you say something like that again, I'm going to get mad for real, okay? Oh, okay, good. That's what I like to hear. The embarrassment from saying something so bold made the heat come creeping up my face. My cheeks felt warm, so I quickly stood up and tried to turn my face away, but then, Kai, yes, will you listen to my request? Just one request. A request? Sure. Just tell me. I will do anything you ask. Then Real stood up. She approached me and suddenly hugged me tight. I was taken aback by her sudden action, but the moment I heard the words she uttered next, I could feel the tension leaving my body. Let me stay like this for a while. All right, I understand. I hugged Real tightly in return, trying to convey just how much she meant to me through this hug. Real seemed to relax as she felt the warmth from my embrace. She gently rubbed her cheek against my chest as she spoke again. Kai? Yes. Can I say something really annoying? Yeah, Go ahead. It's really, really annoying. Can I still say it? Of course. I love annoying girls. Real giggled happily. Then, a moment later, I love you. Her voice was so faint it seemed like she could disappear at any moment. Yet, she held me close and repeated the same words again. I love you. Kai. Chapter 89, The Danger Starts Moving. Yuhehe. Yuhehe. Why are you staring at me like that? In the morning, though everyone was finally gathered together in the dining hall for once, Nia and Chloe were glaring at me. My feeling said I already knew the cause for their resentment. It must be because of how happy Real looked. Real was sitting next to me, smiling so happily. With blush still adorning her face, she would suddenly start flailing her legs wildly and letting out a creepy-sounding giggle like a It was clear to see something had happened. Chloe and Nia turned their attention to me. Then, right when Nia and Chloe were glaring daggers at me, Real told them what had transpired yesterday. The atmosphere in the dining hall immediately turned icy cold. Kai is not just juggling between two relationships. He's juggling between three. That's right, he made me and Nia so good, so of course it's Real's turn next. Of course, like I said, I didn't do anything. I tried to refute, but the moment I looked at Real, who was sitting next to me, I choked on my words. Gone was the happy expression from earlier. Real's eyes were wet with unshed tears and she looked like she was on the verge of bursting into tears. To say I hadn't done anything wouldn't have technically true anyway. We spent about 3 or 4 hours hugging each other last night. Is it alright if we stay like this for a while? After confessing her love to me while still in my embrace, Real said so. Can I stay in your embrace like this? You don't need to give the answer to my confession right away. Just let me stay like this. But what if I want to give you my answer? Then, do it with a hug. Not with words. Answer me with a hug. Though Real was mentally more mature than Nia, but her request was so innocent and adorable. I couldn't help but to find her so incredibly cute. And so, I tightened my hold around her before answering. I love you too, Real. I told you to not answer it verbally. Sorry about that. Alright. Let's stay like this. And so, we spent our time basking in each other's warmth in silence. We stayed wrapped in each other's embrace for a long time. I felt like my heart was about to melt from the gentle head spreading from our embrace. It turned out hugging each other like this was more stimulating than I had expected. There was a pleasant tingle spreading from deep within my body. It seemed my desire was more honest than I had expected. Real? Yes. Don't you think it's about time for you to start letting me go? Even though the atmosphere between us was so nice, but being this close to her made me feel strange. However, it seemed Real interpreted my words as a rejection, since she immediately looked up at me with unshed tears in her eyes. I can't stay like this. It's not whether you can or can't. I am not saying you can't, it's just. Then, give me another 10 minutes. Just another 10 minutes of hugging. And then, 10 minutes later. Real? It's been 10 minutes. Real. 10 minutes more. Real? In the end, those 10 minutes kept on piling up. I had to wait until Real had fallen asleep before I could be freed of her. Those 10 minutes ended up to be extremely exhausting and painful for both my body and mind. I was truly at my limit back then. But I persisted. I was able to keep hugging her for about 4 hours. I should be praised for this achievement, shouldn't I? I didn't lay a hand on her despite hugging her for 4 hours straight. Humphrey, you cheater. Wow, especially Chloe. Why were you turning your face away like that? I was holding back with all of my might, you know? If I had attacked first, I knew you would resent me for life. Hence why I had to hold back with my life hanging on it. Chloe, what is it? Kai really didn't do anything, but then, Real, who had been looking all sad, immediately regained her composure and said so as she stared at Chloe. If he wanted to, he could have done. Well, all those things as much as he wanted. He knew I wouldn't refuse him. Kai was holding back all night long. Is that so? Yes. He must have held himself back for Chloe's sake. He really endured it all for you, Chloe. I can tell that Kai really likes you, Chloe. Real? What are you talking about? Suddenly hit with a bomb by Real, Chloe's face turned bright red. After hearing Real's explanation, Chloe then, Though Chloe might be curt and cold normally, but now she was incredibly flustered. Her face was bright red and she was clearly avoiding my gaze. What's with this mood? What in the world is happening now? While I was confused by the heavy weight of my overly affectionate comrades, Nia, who had been puffing her cheeks silently for a while, finally spoke up. Real, are you really fine with it? With the fact that Kai didn't make any move on you? I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly satisfied with being third. Don't say third. I love everyone equally. I've been trying my hardest to make sure no one is left out. I want everyone to be happy. Humphrey, even though it's obvious that Nia is the first. Oi. Chloe, the villainous group that had been threatening the Empire, Shadow, was at peace again today, just like always. Ooh, you're going mad, huh? Well, it's understandable I guess. After all, you've just lost half of your soul. The young man who had just lost his soul was sitting by the bed while laughing maniacally. The high amount of magic power circulating within him was so powerful that it seemed this man could obliterate anything in sight, including the fake demons and those annoying Imperial citizens. I can kill them now. Ha 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 ha. I can kill them. If I don't crush them soon. However, the man's eyes had lost all of its shine. His eyes were empty and his lips couldn't stop trembling. Saliva was dripping from his gaping mouth and he kept moving his head erratically. He had lost something essential as a human, something that made him human. In other words, this young man had turned mad. And this is the end of my guidance, Adolf. The monster disguised as a demon murmured softly as it looked down on the madman. Well, I don't think you can even hear my voice anymore though. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. The preparations for the finale are complete. All that remains is the protagonist's choice. Destroy. Destroy. The capital. Adele. Destroy. Just like what the monster said, the Crown Prince could no longer hear its words. The Crown Prince kept muttering the same words over and over again while spinning his head round. Seeing this, the monster's grin grew even bigger. Well then, time to open the curtain for the final act. Destroy. I will witness it all. I guide everything and see this world return to its rightful state. I, myself, will oversee everything. Either the Crown Prince had simply gone mad or had lost his ability to hear. The Crown Prince kept muttering the word destroy while rolling his eyes back. The monster looked up at the cloudy, grey night sky and murmured, now then. It's time for the gear to start turning. Chapter 90, The Demon's Proposal. After all the wounds she had suffered from cults were healed, Brian immediately set out on a reconnaissance mission. Brian herself was the one who had asked to be sent for a reconnaissance mission. As an elf, she had a wider field of vision and her senses were many times sharper than those of ordinary humans. It seems nothing is out of the ordinary, Brian-san. Indeed. You're right. The three members of Resistance were using telescopes, while Brian only had to rely on her own eyes. They were spying on the royal palace from the high mountain. They exchanged their findings in a brief conversation. Of course, they wouldn't be able to see the inside of the palace from the top of this mountain, but they could at least observe the outer walls. The royal palace was located near the base of this mountain. There was a small village at the base of this mountain where Brian and her comrades had set up as their base of operation. The one who had recommended this village was Kai, the demon of prophecy, and also the one who had been hailed as a savior by the common people. By the way, there's no need for you to push yourself too hard, huh? What I'm trying to say is, you need to value your life. If you die, Chloe will be sad. I see. At first, Brian only saw Kai as another enemy to be killed. The prophecy about a demon consuming the whole world was far too ominous to ignore, and Brian wasn't fond of black magic either. The power of black magic often drove people insane and caused people to wield power beyond common sense. The other elves in her village had warned her of the danger of black magic. Hence why Brian had a bad impression of Kai and the others. However, that prejudice of her was slowly dissipating over time. She recalled the conversation she had with Kai before she left for this reconnaissance mission. "Kai, I have a favor to ask. Just one favor. That is, if you don't mind." "Sure. If it's something within my capabilities, I'll be sure to help you." "Will you protect Alwyn and Chloe in my place? Although our party has disbanded, but they're still my precious comrades." Chloe had left the party midway through and the party itself was completely abolished after Coltz's death. But there were lingering feelings remaining. Brian still held both Alwyn and Chloe dearly to her heart. They had spent a considerable amount of time adventuring, tethering between life and death together. Those times together played a significant role in her heart. She never imagined she would have to ask a demon to protect her precious comrades, but Kai was quick to nod to her request. "Yeah, sure thing. I will be sure to protect the two of them, so you should just focus on your mission and stay alive." "Why, huh? Why are you so quick to accept my request? I was a member of Coltz's party, you know? I'm supposed to be your enemy." Ha ha ha. Well, even though Brian was only stating the obvious, but Kai only laughed her outburst away with a nonchalant laugh. After a brief pause, Kai licked his lips before he continued. "I also have comrades on my own. They are very precious to me, so I get it. I understand your feelings." The answer that came from the demon in prophecy was filled with warmth that Brian was slightly taken aback. That answer was the reason Kai had been plaguing her mind ever since Brian arrived here. A demon who acted so not demon-like. He was famous for being polite toward the members of resistance and had the complete opposite of the typical black mage. He was a really kind and gentle person. Brian first saw Kai when they raided the underground laboratory by the slum, which turned out to belong to Jebbles. It was hard to imagine that the same Kai who had beaten Coltz to pulp so mercilessly like that actually had a gentle side to him. He's really throwing me off balance. Goodness. The most important thing was, Kai was not her enemy. At least, for now. To be fair, now that Kai was on her side, Brian had a hard time imagining a better comrade than him. Hence why, Brian was determined to do this mission perfectly. As an elf, there was something she was good at. She had to fulfill the role properly. Huh? Brian-san. Look. Over there. Yes. I can see it. A cloud of dust is rising there, but... is that a noble family's night order? Brian's eyes widened in shock. Even within the darkness of the night, she could clearly see the crests on the flags carried by the soldiers. It was something she had seen before, back when she was active in Coltz's party. She didn't remember the name, but that crest definitely belonged to a certain count's house. Brian-san. Something is moving in the east as well. And in the west too. That's the Knights of Marquis Bayan. What's going on? What's happening here? The soldiers belonging to the noble house were entering the royal palace one after another, as if they had been summoned all at the same time. But why at this late in the night? Why? No, it was clear to see why the royal palace was gathering such a large army. Brian-san, this is... Yes. We need to return and report this to him immediately. Gulping, Brian let out a deep breath. The word war flickered through her mind. Yes. War. The crown prince and the nobles were working together to gather an army. They intended to completely annihilate the resistance. Biting her lower lip in frustration, Brian gave her instruction to the man standing next to her. You're a wind mage, right? Send this information to Kai immediately. Brian-san. Look at the royal palace, the royal palace. The man shouted, looking terribly panicked. Furrowing her eyebrows, Brian turned her gaze to the royal palace and then, she was also stunned. She found herself with her mouth gaping open in disbelief. What is that? The entire royal palace was covered in red-black mist. Just looking at it sent chills down her spine. The mist brought forth a primal sense of fear and disgust in her. Seeing this ominous sight, Brian clenched her fist. This is bad. I will stay here to keep watch on their movements, so all of you, hurry back. You need to tell Kai about this. Then could you please pass my message along? Her sentence was cut short because a sudden anomaly had occurred. As an elf, Brian was more perceptive than an ordinary human. She didn't sense any monster or human around. It was as if the owner of the voice had suddenly appeared from thin air. Startled by the horrifying voice that resonated from her behind, Brian turned pale and her whole body trembled as she slowly turned her body around. There, she saw a literal monster. That thing was twice the size of an adult man, with dusky black skin that looked either decayed or distorted in an inhumane way. Its small yellow eyes seemed to glow in the night, and that thing was staring at all 5 members of the reconnaissance team. Her whole body was clouded in fear upon seeing this unknown entity. This is bad. We're going to be killed. That thought flashed through Brian's mind when suddenly, the monster raised its hand. You're going to tell him, right? About the ritual happening here? Then while you're at it, please pass on my message too. I have a proposal for the fake demon you guys adore so much. She couldn't understand what was happening here. What is this monster talking about? Why hasn't the monster killed us yet? A proposal? To Kai? From this thing? While Brian's brain was still struggling to process this, the monster raised its torn mouth and continued. You see, I need to talk with him. Just the 2 of us. 91. Decision. The reconnaissance team we sent out returned this morning. I listened to their report while sitting at my desk. Brian was terribly pale. My head was lowered slightly. There were countless things I needed to think about. That monster you mentioned wants to meet Kai alone at the top of that mountain tomorrow night? Yes. That's exactly what it said. Chloe, who looked tense, asked for confirmation. Brian immediately nodded and looked at me. We were in the largest room in the mansion, which was my room. Everyone from Shadows, including Reel and Alan, were gathered here. Although there were 6 people in this room, but the room was deadly silent. No one knew what to say. The fact that the nobles had started gathering their armies at the royal palace was already problematic enough, but there was also the red-black mist that could be seen from afar. It was obvious that red-black mist was the result of black magic. However, just how did that dying prince even manage to use black magic that powerful? Not to mention, he had already exerted a lot of magic power to manipulate the minds of over 100 people. It wouldn't be possible for someone as emaciated as him to be able to unleash another huge-scale magic. I let out a small sigh and muttered, "Ugh. Things are becoming so troublesome." On top of it all, what really made my head hurt the most was the so-called proposal from that demon. The demon wanted to talk with me, but it wouldn't be a surprise if the demon was actually plotting something behind the scene. The invitation sounded like a trap, and we didn't have any information about that demon. Just the mere thought of talking with the demon was dubious enough. Kai, you're not going. You absolutely cannot go. Likely thinking the same thing as me, Nia said while gripping my fingertips tightly. This is a trap. I'm absolutely sure this is a trap. You're only going to get in danger if you go. That's why you mustn't go. I won't let you. I agree. First of all, we literally have zero reason to trust that thing. Besides, he's clearly on the side of the royal family. We don't even know when a war is going to break between us and the royal family, so why do you need to waste your time talking with the enemy? Chloe said, as if she had been waiting for Nia to speak. Then, Reel also nodded before she added, I agree. This is way too dangerous, Kai. Brian? What do you think? As someone who had seen that creature up close, I can confidently say, you shouldn't go. That creature is not something from this world. What do you mean not from this world? I'm sure you already know, but most monsters don't possess intelligence like we do. Yet, that creature is able to speak fluently. It looked like a monster, but it behaved far too much like a human, and also, Brian trailed her words. Her clenched fists were trembling as she continued. That thing is strong. Extremely strong. I know. I'm just talking based on my gut feeling, but I'm certain of it. After all, that monster. It's not like anything I've seen before. It brought a primal fear in me that I had never felt before. Do you think that creature is of the same nature as me and Nia? Yes. It's similar to you too, but to be honest, it seemed the fear hadn't left her system yet. Brian bit her lower lip, seemingly frustrated at herself. Her voice sounded strained as she continued. That creature was much more terrifying. It felt like something beyond our understanding, like it wasn't something of this world. I'm sure that creature is as strong as you two, if not stronger. Brian never told a lie. She was a proud and brave elf, who always stood by the side of truth. Knowing full well what kind of person she was in the game, I couldn't help but to be a little surprised. Brian looked genuinely terrified now. I see. Okay, in other words, that monster's presence must be extremely overwhelming. How troublesome. I didn't recall there was any enemy like that in the game. No, to be fair, things were already progressing far from the original game's scenario. From now on, I had to choose my next movement carefully. My choice for this time would be a gamble. Real. Yeah. If I'm not around, you will be the one in charge to move the troops in my place. I trust you will be able to assess the situation appropriately. Chloe, I want you to keep fighting alongside Nia and Brian, just like usual. Alwyn, you will be supporting them. That's it. Please cooperate together, everyone. Wait. Did you even hear what I had just said? Upon hearing what I just said, Brian's eyes widened in shock. The others were reacting in the same way too. All of them looked flabbergasted, like they couldn't believe their ears. It must be a trap. This whole thing is way too suspicious. Besides, there's no need for you to go there in person. There is a need. Actually. I raised 2 fingers. Then I folded my index finger before continuing. First, we have no idea what's going to happen if we reject that demon's invitation. Based on Brian's intuition, that thing is as strong as Nia and me. Can you imagine what would happen if someone of that caliber were to get angry and suddenly storm in here out of anger? And the Crown Prince is gathering the nobles' forces to the castle. Now imagine all those soldiers were to come to us along with the demon. Well, it would be a disaster, really. That's the first reason. And the second reason is, I paused for a moment before I folded my middle finger. We can get more information from him. That's the second and the biggest reason why I'm going to accept his invitation. To be honest, I think he's the real mastermind behind everything. After all, he was the one that taught the Crown Prince how to absorb someone's life force and store it in a box. He was also the one that called me a fake demon. Everything about him was beyond this world's logic. In the game world, there was no prophecy about any demon or a box that could be used to store human life force. And yet, this guy had called me a fake demon. That meant he knew the secret of this world, something that I still didn't know. Whether that thing was just bluffing or not, the fact still remained. The more information we had, the better. But Kai-san, that's definitely no, Alwyn. I will go. This is the risk we need to take. Besides, even if it's really a trap, I'm sure I can run away. Somehow, Chloe, who was sitting next to me, was glaring at me. Nia was clutching the hem of my clothes tightly. She was staring at me worriedly and Real simply looked at me with anxiety in her eyes. Well, I guess I really need to make it back safely. Can't go dying on them. The corner of my mouth curled up into a smile as I said to everyone, don't worry. I will take care of this. Had to guide this world to its happy ending in order to protect these girls. Chapter 92, The Fate of the World. Here. It was in the dead of night. No one was around. I let out a sigh and turned my gaze toward the outer wall of the royal palace, which was visible from the mountaintop. Just like what Brian had mentioned, the walls were shrouded with red-black mist. That mist must be the result of black magic, but still, to think they could use large-scale magic like this. Maybe the Crown Prince's dying appearance was just a ruse? Or maybe the Crown Prince had made a new deal with that creature? Questions spiraling in my mind when suddenly, a sudden gust of wind tousled my hair. I closed my eyes for a moment, and took a deep breath before turning around. "Hey there, fake demon." "Hey there, monster." We exchanged greetings nonchalantly as if we were old acquaintances, despite never having met before. As I took in the visage of the creature before me, Brian's words came to my mind. She was right. Its appearance was simply otherworldly. The monster was 2 heads taller than me, with its entire body covered in protruding, sinewy muscles. Its eyes glowed in yellow and its torn mouth was split wide open. "There's no doubt about it. This thing is definitely a monster," I thought to myself as I began to speak. "So? Why did you call me here?" "Ha ha. How cold. I was hoping we could have a little chit-chat." "Sorry, I'm not interested in having a little chit-chat with you. Just get to the point. Why did you call me here?" The monster spread its hand exasperatedly before sitting down on a conveniently sized rock. I couldn't feel any murderous intention from the monster, but there was something. I could feel an unknown aura emanating from the monster. Just like what Brian had described, this thing was no ordinary creature. I steeled myself internally as the monster curled its split mouth into a grin. "Well, like I said earlier, I called you here because I wanted to talk. You see, your mere existence fascinates me so much." "My existence fascinates you?" "Indeed. Or to be precise, your existence is something that could shake the fate of this world." "Ha ha ha. In any case, I owe you my life." "No, literally. It's all thanks to you that I was born into this world." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" "The creature was born into this world thanks to me?" What was it talking about? I widened my eyes in shock as the creature shrugged and snapped its fingers. Gradually, the surrounding scenery began to change. The red-black mist and the royal palace had vanished, replaced by a new landscape. It was as if I was thrown into a panoramic world and the scene that was brought to my eyes was the scenery of a city engulfed in flames. In an instant, I could tell the city was Adele, the location of our base. The city was burning and a massive monster was setting fire to the small houses. Buildings, people, trees, everything was consumed by flames. This was this world's destined fate. I stood there, shocked at the sight of tragedy I suddenly had to witness. The monster then continued its explanation calmly. "Did you know? There are millions, perhaps tens of millions of alternate worlds in this universe. And in every one of those million worlds, this world would always reach this fate. The fate of tragedy." "What are you talking about?" "Ha ha ha, come on now. You understand what I'm talking about, right? After all, you've broken through dimensions. You've steered this world away from its destined fate. You've carved a new path, a new fate for this world. No one could understand me better than you." At first, I really couldn't understand what the monster was talking about. But, when he mentioned that I had steered this world away from its destined fate, a certain hypothesis flashed through my mind. The world was changing because I had intervened with the original game's scenario. That expression. "Seems like you've already realized what I'm talking about, haven't you?" "That's right. You're not this world's protagonist. That role was meant for a man named Kultz." In fact, Kultz is the protagonist in every one of the millions of alternate worlds in this universe. Yes. This story was meant for him. Kultz is always the protagonist in every alternate world. "Precisely." I remained silent. The creature stared at me for a moment before snapping its fingers again. Gradually, the surrounding scenery changed. And this time, instead of a burning city, I could see the site of a certain underground laboratory. I knew this place. There was no way I could forget this place. I had witnessed this scene in the game countless times. This was the place where Chloe was killed by Kultz. A young girl named Chloe was destined to be killed by the hero, Kultz. This was her fate. Across all the millions of alternate worlds, she was always killed by Kultz. After being turned into a monster by gerbils, She was slain by her former comrade, Kultz. This was the fate of this world. The puzzle pieces in my mind slowly came into place and the creature snapped its fingers again before I could say anything. The next scene that it brought to me was another familiar scenery. A room in Real's mansion. In that absurdly spacious room, a girl was laying on the floor, bleeding. And then, there was Real. This girl was fated to die too. The Pope had stolen everything from her. Her family business, her desire for revenge, her honor, everything. After being thoroughly violated and defiled by the Pope, she chose to end her own life. This too, was the fate she was destined to face. Ah, I see. So that's what this is. What I'm seeing now is the original scenario of the game. The story where Kultz is the hero instead of me. In that case, the next thing that the creature would make me see. And then, a young orphan girl that you named Nya. The sight of Nya being killed by Kultz after she turned into the Witch of Tears. She would awaken as a demon in the Schwitz detention camp. She would become the world's greatest enemy and then, the hero party would defeat her. That was how she would eventually meet her tragic end. Until her last moment, she would continue to shed tears of sorrow. Do you understand now? This was what was supposed to happen. The same story has already played out until the end in millions and tens of millions of alternate worlds. This world was supposed to face the same fate too. That is, until a certain being broke the dimension and made his appearance on the stage. Finally all the puzzle pieces came into place. The millions of alternate world must be referring to the number of players. If each player represented a different alternate world, then the number of alternate world would keep on increasing along with the number of players. The fate remained the same because the player could only play the game, not change it. Unfortunately, this world has strayed from its destined course. The girl who was supposed to awaken as the Witch of Tears failed to fulfill her role. Her power was divided by you and she didn't become the world's greatest enemy. Chloe, the assassin who was supposed to become a monster and killed by her comrade, is still alive as of now. The young girl by the name Real too. She's living peacefully with her honor still intact. In fact, the protagonist of this world, Kultz, is already dead now. Well, to be precise, Kultz has been resurrected as a ghoul. He's still alive but his body and mind are already distorted. My point is, this world has strayed away from its destiny. Ha ha. I let out a sarcastic laugh. Gradually, the monster's true goal was becoming clear to me. All the pieces had fallen into place. All that was left was the monster's confession. With a smile on my face, I asked, "So? What's your goal, Fufu?" "Ah-ha-ha-ha, come on, tell me. What's your goal?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" With a creepy smile on its face, the monster stared at me. Its yellow eyes glowed even brighter, as if the monster had been waiting for that question too. Soon enough, the monster finally said the words I had expected. "My mission is to guide this world back to its original, destined fate." T/N. Now imagine how horrible the O's in The Sims, Chapter 93, don't go against fate. The way it's meant to be, huh? To guide this world back to its original, rightful state. Upon hearing that, I glanced at the vision shown by the monster out of reflex. Nia was crying. Tears of blood streaming down her face. I could also see Kultz's annoying face. My fist trembled. Even though this was just a hallucination, there was no way I wouldn't feel anything when I saw the sight of Nia weeping so sorrowfully like that. You, of all people, should know. Turning around, I focused my gaze on the monster still sitting on the rock. "You said that Kultz is the main character. The story should progress with him as the main character. Then tell me, what's the future of that timeline?" You know this world's destined fate, right? So monster, tell me, what happens next? I knew this monster didn't belong to this world. Somehow, I could sense that. Hence why I figured he might know what happened after the ending of the game. The after ending that I didn't know since I was only the player of the game. But even after I asked the monster that, The monster simply gave me a faint smile and said something completely unexpected instead. I'm not a monster. Call me guide. Guide? That's right. I'm the guide of this world, so from now on, you will address me as such. And as for the future that you asked earlier, you've already seen it though. Huh? Think back to the first scene you witnessed. What was burning? At those words, my eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me. That's the original ending? But before I could voice my thoughts, the guide snapped his fingers and the scenery around me changed again. It was the same scene I had witnessed before. A monstrous beast was on a rampage. The whole town was engulfed in flames and people were screaming in despair. It was the epitome of destruction. A total annihilation. Everything was swallowed in chaos and horror. The hero, Kaltz, defeated the Witch of Tears and was ordained as the captain of the Imperial Knights. Amidst the burning vision, the monster spoke in a calm and yet detached voice. But his extreme faith and blind conviction gradually began to breed resentment within the Empire itself. And then, he found out something utterly shocking. His once close ally, the Pope, was actually a rapist. The Crown Prince and Jebels, whom he trusted with his heart, were actually conducting inhuman experiments on the people. The people he trusted were all scum. And yet, he chose to stay silent even after knowing everything. He used his authority as the captain of the Knights to control the information from leaking. He tried to justify all the wrongdoings as something inevitable. As something that had to be sacrificed for the greater good. However, the other members of his party didn't quite agree with him. The guide snapped his fingers again and the fiery landscape turned into a lush green forest. In that forest, there were two women. Brian and Alwyn. They were engaged in a fierce battle against their leader, Kaltz. These two women kept on opposing Kaltz's willingness to overlook the heinous crimes. They wanted to expose everything to the public. Enraged by their betrayal, Kaltz branded the mass traitors and tried to rehabilitate them, but everything came to an end because of the Crown Prince and Jebel's schemes. The guide paused. He just watched the scene unfolding. Kaltz, who had been fighting against those two fiercely, suddenly dropped to his knees. What's going on? Why is he kneeling? While I was confused at the sudden turn of events, the vision changed again. Ugh. Arg. What? Kaltz's eyes suddenly glowed red. His body swelled up and he started vomiting blood. His body began changing into a grotesque monster form. He grew to 5 times the size of an average adult male. He looked inhumane, just like a beast. Brian and Alwyn, who witnessed Kaltz's transformation into a monster right before their eyes, were stunned, understandable so. They froze in shock and this hesitation led to the worst possible outcome for them. Ugh, Brian-san? Ugh. I will heal you, ugh. Within a blink of an eye, both of them were crushed by monstrous Kaltz. Their bodies were squeezed together and impaled by the holy sword. Their death was swift and grotesque. And so, having lost his sanity and succumbed to madness, Kaltz began to go on a rampage under the guise of punishing the rebels. He attacked the city and destroyed everything in his path. This too, is the world's destined fate. Ha. After hearing the guide's story, I couldn't help but to let out a wry laugh. Is this really the original storyline from the game? There's no way. Right? Just what do they think of their players? That game company is really trashy. The story too. The story is really full of crap. I'm not even kidding. This future is shit. Is that so? It is. It's shit. It's full of crap. The heck with this shitty plot even? Trying to suppress the irritation bubbling inside my mind, I turned away from the vision and stared at the guide. He finally stood up from the rock. A creepy smile spread across his face. But alas, this is the world's destined fate. My mission is to guide this world to the future you just witnessed. Which means, you're going to kill me to achieve that? Not just you. I will kill everyone you care about as well. All for the sake of guiding this world to its rightful fate. I could feel something welling up inside me. I glared at him, mustering all the killing intent I could. The guide sighed before he spoke again, but still, this world's fate sure is strange. The future of this world that I saw is so different from the original universe's fate. Because of you, everything has gone off course. The demon girl, who was supposed to die as the Witch of Tears, lives a happy life and lives out her natural lifespan. The assassin girl gives birth to many children, and the girl who was supposed to die from being raped, became the leader of this country. The future that the guide revealed to me was so shocking that all my killing intent vaporized into thin air. Ignoring my reaction, the guide continued on. The elf and the priest, who were once members of the hero party, will become your precious people as well. They will work together with you and your comrades. Under the rule of the new king, the empire will prosper. Everyone was smiling. The citizens of the empire are blessed with happiness. The misfortune turns into laughter. The destruction turns into life. Everything is the complete opposite of the original fate. Everything's so different. Well, I personally prefer your version of the future over that cold sky. Suddenly, the vision disappeared. The mountaintop scenery came into my view again. The monster, now with a face devoid of the creepy from earlier, spoke again. But, in order to keep the world's consistency and to guide the story to its rightful fate, I need to kill you. Fate, huh? Yes. The reason I was born is to guide this world to its rightful fate. This is the mission of the demon in prophecy. In other words, I will have to fight you. For some reason, I couldn't feel any hostility from him even though he had just said he was going to kill me. Just what is he thinking? Why is he giving me all this information so willingly like that? My eyebrows furrowed together as I narrowed my eyes. So many questions lingered in my head, and the guide let out a small chuckle as he said, "You must be wondering why I'm telling you all this. So you can read minds too? Fine. Let me be direct then. Why are you telling me this? What do you gain from telling me this even? I was born because of you. I was born into this world with a very specific mission. To guide the world to its rightful fate. The moment I came to existence in this world, I immediately knew what my mission was. If you hadn't existed, neither would I. Think of this as my way of showing my gratitude for being born. I see. No wonder I didn't know about you before, Fufu. This is the end of our conversation. Now then, the fake demon who has shattered this world's fate." Then the guide suddenly glared at me. His voice was so deep and guttural. "Do not try to resist the rightful fate, fake demon. No matter what you do, you and your comrades will lose. Because that is the fate of this world. The empire will become a sea of flames. I will do anything in my power to fulfill my mission. The consistency will return to this lost world. This is the reason why I was born into this world. I see. So this is his true purpose." I licked my lips, moistening it before giving him a faint smile. I could feel his yellow eyes narrowing on me, but I just laughed it off. After all, his words were full of contradictions. "No. You're the one who is resisting fate, guide." Huh? You said it yourself, didn't you? The fate of this world is different from the other parallel universe. In this world, everyone is happy. The guide frowned before his eyes widened a bit. "Do not try to resist fate, monster." I laughed before I warned him. "Because I will do everything in my power to guide this world away from that shitty original game storyline." Chapter 94, Determination. "The Crown Prince is going to wage war against you soon. And well, his specialty is the same as yours. Mind manipulation. Well, it's best if you start preparing for the war." What about you, huh? Are you also going to participate in this war? And, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, the monster guide answered with a laugh. Of course I will join the war as well. I have a mission to fulfill, after all." So he said before he vanished. Sitting in the mountain, I pondered over his words before returning to the city. A war will break out soon. And then, the next day, I went to the strategic meeting room first thing in the morning. The room where the leaders of the resistance were exchanging information. As per the report from the reconnaissance team, There's a red-black mist surrounding the royal palace. That mist is probably the sign of a black magic taking place inside the royal palace. A black magic ritual? Yeah. The crown prince is probably reapplying the mind manipulation spell, and maybe he's trying to enhance the soldiers' physical abilities as well. Even the nobles have started gathering their private soldiers to the royal palace. Our future battle against them is going to be hard, that's for sure. It seemed they had understood. This war wouldn't end unless one side had been thoroughly defeated to the ground. Needless to say, a lot of people would be sacrificed in the process. We couldn't ignore the possibility of a complete annihilation either. Although we had the numerical advantage, but we didn't have many experienced combatants among our ranks. Considering the ratio of combatants, we would definitely be having a hard time fighting against trained soldiers. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we were at a disadvantage. They had hundreds of seasoned knights, while most of our ranks were mercenaries and ordinary civilians. It's all right. I shook my head and smiled, and all 5 people gathered in the meeting room all turned to me at once. We have Nia, Chloe, Brian, and Alwyn with us. We also have Real, who is in charge of logistics support. We definitely won't lose. Those weren't merely empty words to comfort them. I still truly believed we had a chance of winning. Besides, the strength of the resistance has increased considerably too, to the point we would be able to put up a good fight against trained soldiers. The members of resistance had been training diligently in preparation for a war that could start at any time. Their efforts weren't in vain. I'm not trying to deny the fact that they're stronger than us. The royal soldiers themselves are already strong, and now there are more soldiers from the noble families. On top of that, they're using mind control magic to eliminate humans' basic nature, fear. So of course, we're at a disadvantage, but I paused before showing them a faint smile. Sometimes, I believe that a person who has something to protect is stronger than a mindless puppet. Kai-sama. I know. It sounds like a stupid idealism. However, please tell everyone. We're fighting to protect the thing we hold dear. That feeling will definitely become a fuel for them to fight on the battlefield. Yes, sir. The 5 men and women nodded in unison. The anxiety that had been plaguing their faces just a while ago was completely gone, replaced by a clear sense of determination and loyalty. I looked at each of their faces before I lowered my voice and spoke. Now, let's begin our meeting. A meeting to find a way to defeat them. After spending hours in a meeting with the leaders of the resistance to discuss various battle strategies, I finally returned to Real's mansion. I immediately summoned all 5 of them. Nia, Chloe, Real, Brian and Alwyn. Once they were all gathered in my room, I told them everything. I told them all the conversation I had with that monster, the guide. I told them that I was actually a reincarnated individual. I told them about the guide was born because I disrupted the game's original storyline. I also told them about the guide's true purpose and the fate of this world originally, and in the end, he said he would join the fight as well. I already told the leaders of the resistance that our enemies aren't just the royal army, but the guide as well. Brian, who had faced the guide before, immediately grimaced and looked down. She already knew how dangerous the guide was, and that thing is incredibly strong. It might be stronger than your army based on the magic power I could feel from it. What? That's ... You've got to be kidding. Real and Chloe was blown by surprise, unable to believe their ears. Nia, on the other hand, just narrowed her eyes as she listened to my words. But, we don't have any other choice. We have to fight. You all heard what I just said earlier, right? About the fate of this world. Yeah. You're right. No matter how strong our opponent is, our options remain the same. We have to fight and give it our all. Yes. That's right. We need to protect the people of this country. Brian and Alwyn, the former members of the Heroes Party, nodded with a determined look on their faces. Just like what Brian said, we had to give it our all. This was our final battle. If we lost here, there wouldn't be any future for us. I stood up and clasped my hands together. Everyone, I'm sorry. I know the fight is going to be a tough one, But I need all of you to join the fight. This war. Well, logically speaking, there's no way we can this war. It's not an exaggeration to say the outcome of this war relies heavily on 6 of us here, including me. This will become the hardest fight we have to face. Our bodies and minds will be pushed to their limits, and yet, we have to keep fighting. If we don't, this war will end in our defeat and our demise. After all, we're at a severe disadvantage in terms of military power. Everyone's faces became tense from the pressure. They already understood the gravity of the situation even without me saying it out loud. We were facing an army full of mindless killers. They didn't have any fear in their heart. A force of sheer power. A true murderer. While our side was mostly a ragtag group of civilians with no real combat experience. It was obvious which side would come out victorious, but there's one thing I will swear to you. No matter what happens, I will never let any of you die. Just like what I told the leaders of the resistance. People became stronger when they had something to protect. Even when they were trampled upon or pushed to the edge, they would still keep on fighting relentlessly, all to protect what was dear to them. I swore to everyone in this room with all my heart and my soul. Even if I have to die, I will definitely protect all of you. If anyone were to die, that would be me. I would be the first to die in the worst possible scenario. So, don't be afraid. Please fight for the sake of everyone else. I paused for a moment before I continued. Like hell, I'm going to follow the storyline of this shitty game. I was nobody in my previous life, but now, in this world, I've met all of you. I've found someone who is dear to me. I want to protect this bond. I want to make it something that will never fade, something eternal. After I finished speaking, there was a brief moment of silence before. Don't be stupid. Chloe's voice rang clear. Her voice was tinged with a hint of displeasure. I won't forgive you if you die. If you die, I will die too. So don't you dare say something like that again. What? That's right. Allow me to throw your words right back at you. I will protect you too, even at the cost of my life. So, don't die. Let's win this together. Alive. Both of us. Me too. I prefer happy endings over bad ones. After Chloe said that, the girls who were sitting beside her, Alwyn and Brian, also added their 2 cents. Then, all of them stared at me. Right? What are you trying to look cool for? Treasure your own life first, rather than focusing on protecting us. I know we're not much, but we were once part of the heroes' party, you know. Rather than being protected, we will protect your back instead. So go ahead and fight with all you've got. Just when did Brian and Alwyn start trusting me that deeply? How weird. However, I didn't have the time to ponder about that since Real also spoke. Me too. I am not useful in combat and I won't be able to protect anyone, but I will do my best to support everyone, including the resistance. Real. That's why. Don't die. You definitely can't die, okay? You definitely can't die. Real, who was usually so timid, was now staring at me confidently. I see. I guess I'm also precious to them, just like they are to me. I scratched the back of my feet, feeling a bit embarrassed when Nia suddenly stood up from her seat. She stared directly at me and said, I want to be happy. Yeah. And I can't be happy without Kai, the girl who was once called the Witch of Tears. Her smile was so radiant. The happiness from her smile was almost palpable. Far from her fated title. That's why. We will win. We will definitely win. We will win and make everyone happy. Her naive and pure words immediately softened the mood in the room. Yes. We have to win. I won't let the fate of this world turn into that of a catastrophe. We will definitely win and flip this shitty fate. I repeated in my mind and gave all 5 of them a faint, but confident smile. Chapter 95, War. Yug. Why did things end up this way? Within his hazy consciousness, the Crown Prince looked down at his trembling hands. His vision was blurry at best and he couldn't muster any strength in his mouth to talk. Not even coherent thoughts could come to his foggy mind anymore. This was the fate of someone who had half of their soul taken away. The only thing that fueled the Crown Prince to move was his ugly obsession. The ugly obsession to win and dominate over everything. Fake demon. Fake demon. He didn't want to lose. He wanted to win. He wanted to laugh as he watched the city engulfed in flames. Although his memory was hazy at best, he still remembered his wish. He wished to see a world where everyone was under his control. He yearned for the exhilarating moment when he reigned as the supreme ruler, holding everything within the palm of his hand. He imagined a future where he stood above everything, the complete opposite of his weak self when he was younger. However, the Crown Prince was barely able to stay conscious. His already thin body became even more emaciated, to the point his bones were poking out of his skin. Saliva kept dripping from his barely functional mouth. Breathing had become a daunting task, so much so that he had to take deep breaths repeatedly. His back was hunched, unable to bear the weight of his emaciated body. His face was devoid of any sign of vitality. He couldn't remember the last time he slept. He hadn't eaten in days even. The only thing that kept him alive was the life force that he continuously drew from the mercurial cube. The once ruler of the empire had become nothing more than an empty husk of his former self. Your Highness. However, the Knight Commander, Gring, didn't find his lord's appearance to be pitiful. Not like he could, to be precise. He had been subjected to the Crown Prince's mind control. A feeling as complex as pity was beyond his capability. He had become the Crown Prince's blind follower, almost literally even. Kneeling in the audience chamber, Gring faced the Crown Prince, who was sitting on a throne. The pitiful Crown Prince didn't have any shred of dignity in him, and yet, Gring still swore his loyalty to him. The Crown Prince had exerted more power than necessary when he manipulated the mind of his subject with black magic. As the result of the Crown Prince's reckless wield of power, Gring's soul had been tainted. The mind control had tainted both his body and soul. All the nobles listed in the register have all arrived. Would you like to meet them? Yes, understood. Please wait a moment. The moment he received the Crown Prince's approval, Gring immediately left the audience chamber. He then stared at the arrays of nobles waiting outside. Dukes, counts, marquises, viscounts, all the nobles connected to the royal family in this capital were present here. They were trapped within the castle. A space where the crimson-black mist were driving people's mind to madness. Gring gave the Duke standing at the front a quick nod. The Duke then entered the audience chamber along with an army of trained soldiers that moved in sharp, precise movement. The other nobles followed suit. All of them were moving with the same mechanical precision. The arrogance and the haughty demeanor typical of nobility were all gone. They were all moving like puppets. Their souls had been devoured. Their individuality had been erased. When all of them had entered the audience chamber, they knelt in unison. They were the shells of their former selves. All of them spoke in a synchronized chorus. As Your Highness commands. As Your Highness commands. As Your Highness commands. Their eyes were all red. All of them. However, some of them were already rotting. Their skin had festered, revealing the skeletal remains of their faces. These were the people who had refused to oblige by the Crown Prince's summon. They had been granted the reward of death and revived again as a ghoul. Yes, ghouls and humans coexisted in this grotesque place. Within this twisted space, the Crown Prince rolled his eyes back several times before speaking. Our purpose is. Words didn't come easy to him. He had to muster everything in him to utter those words out. The pitiful man was struggling desperately just to speak. He had become an empty husk, a memorial of his former self. To kill the fake demon. Kill Kyand. Burn everything to ashes. Afterwards, he coughed violently several times, spitting up blood. He stared at his hands, which was smeared with his own blood before he spoke again. Gather all the forces. The Crown Prince heaved before he continued. We will strike them in 2 days. This is war. And then, the Crown Prince coughed up blood again. Though he was in pure agony, though his body were being torn apart from within, he still had hope. A faint glimmer of determination was flicking in his eyes. His red eyes glowed and widened as another coughing fit plagued him again. Then, the monster, the guide, who had been standing silently by his side, looked at the kneeling nobles and the crown prince before smiling. Yes. Yes. Do your best, O puppets of fate. The strings were being pulled by the guide from behind the scenes. With his torn mouth stretching even wider, the guide laughed in delight. Chapter 96, The Start of the War. Bryant's armor, all preparations are complete. The enemy should pass this town soon. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Brian nodded at one of the leaders of the resistance. She gazed into the distance. Kai's words came to her mind. Mind manipulation doesn't actually erase the ego and self-awareness of the controlled person, but it replaces the consciousness of the controlled person with the caster. In other words, the Crown Prince is controlling the entire military forces on his own. But to be honest, the Crown Prince himself is not sane anymore. Brian remembered the words Kai had spoken when they gathered together, and on top of that, he used mind manipulation on hundreds, if not thousands, of people. His magic power must be pretty unstable now. I don't think he's capable of making rational decisions, but we mustn't let our guard down. Let's come up with 2 plans just to be safe. 2? Yeah. One if the Crown Prince somehow could come up with a logical strategy, and the other if he completely lost his mind. Everyone shared their opinions for hours in that meeting room, and they somehow managed to finalize their strategies for the upcoming war. One part of it involved Brian and over 100 resistance members to be positioned at their current location. They were positioned as close as possible to the royal castle. It wasn't right in the center of Adel, but this area of the town was still pretty bustling with activities. After evacuating the residents, they laid in wait, bracing for the enemy to arrive. The enemy had to pass through here if they wanted to get to the center of Adel. It only takes 2 hours to get to the royal castle from the town center. Our forces are limited, so we're going to suffer a lot of casualties if we confront them head-on. Let's weaken them with guerrilla tactics first. We chip away at their strength and stamina gradually. No one said anything against Kai's suggestion. Everyone agreed that charging in recklessly would be fatal, and they had to conserve their limited resources as much as possible. Do you guys understand? Our enemies aren't just the Imperial Army. The guide is with them too. He's a monster, probably stronger than me and Nya. Don't waste too much energy on fighting regular soldiers. We have bigger fish to catch. A monster stronger than Kai and Nya. Tension flickered across Brian's face as she remembered her first meeting with the guide. Doubt sprouted in her mind. She wasn't sure they could win, especially against another worldly monster like that. But no, she wasn't alone. There were 5 of them. Kai, Nya, Chloe, Brian and Alone. Not to mention the support from Reel and the members of Resistance. Bryant's armor. Yeah. They've arrived. Everyone, get in position. Yes. Seeing the dust clouds rising in the distance, Brian's lips curled into a grin. Now, time to start the war. Gah! A single arrow pierced the head of the soldier at the front. Blood sprayed into the air accompanied by his echoing death cry. And yet, the soldiers next to him remained unfazed. They didn't even reach upon seeing the death of their comrade. They just continued marching forward without stopping even once. The soldier's corpse was getting trampled by his comrade and kicked aside as if he was just an annoying rock in their path. Watching this scene unfolding from the rooftop, Brian bit down on her lower lip. I really hate black magic. Very well. Clenching one hand, Brian gathered her magic power. In an instant, a magic arrow materialized above her palm. She grabbed the magic arrow and pulled the string of her bow, and then, wind blast. A fierce gust, almost like a raging storm, tore through the air. The arrowhead was 3 times the size of a normal arrow. The magic arrow pierced through the enemy ranks, literally. The arrow tore through one soldier's body, leaving a gaping hole in the chest of the soldier, and yet, the yellow, glowing arrow showed no sign of slowing. The arrow continued flying in a straight line, demolishing everything in its path. Over 10 soldiers died in a single attack. When the death soldiers collapsed to the ground, The commander of the enemy finally shouted, "Enemies! Kill every last one of them," Goring shouted. It was strange. The enemy didn't do anything when the first soldier fell. The reaction of the commander was far too late. Maybe. Just like what Kai said, maybe the Crown Prince was insane? Maybe the Crown Prince couldn't make a proper judgment? However, Brian didn't have the luxury of time to dwell on it. The enemy came surging forward like a flood. Magic unit, fire. Unleash all your pent-up rage. At their leader's command, the enemy's magic unit began chanting their powerful magic spells. Fireballs, lightning, came crashing down from the enemy's rear unit. Magic spear came rushing at supersonic speed. The members of the resistance fell victim to the powerful magic of the Imperial Army's magic unit. Gah! Cough. Gah! Soon enough, her vision was filled with carnage and blood. Brian clenched her fist. She couldn't afford to remain dazed here. She had to act quickly to mitigate the casualties on their side. Gungna. With a new resolve blossoming in her mind, Brian brought her hands together and separated them, forming a massive arrow of magic. The arrow was 10 times the size of a normal arrow. She fixed it on her bow, aimed it skyward and released it. The arrow was so big that it momentarily blocked out the sunlight, and then rained down. The enormous arrow transformed into hundreds of smaller magic projectiles, raining down on the enemy like a hail. This was a skill that allowed her to reduce the number of enemies most efficiently. This skill didn't require big magic energy and the effect was immediate. Soldiers caught in the deluge of arrows fell to the ground with blood pooling around them. Alright, this should buy us some time, Brian thought, but... Someone was coming in like a fury. No. It was a ghoul. A ghoul with his entire body in tatters. The ghoul sliced through the member of the resistance at lightning speed, ignoring the magic attacks coming his way. The ghoul swung his sword, fueled by pure instinct and obsession. It didn't take long before the resistance's front line was breached by the ghoul. Wind blast. Already expecting the ghoul's arrival, Brian cast her skill again, creating a strong gust of wind. However, the ghoul just continued making his way forward while killing the member of the resistance. His speed didn't falter even for a bit. When the arrow was about to reach the ghoul dodged. No way? How did he dodge that? The literal arrow of wind was easily dodged by the ghoul. The ghoul jumped into the air and landed right in front of Brian. Gra-ra-ra. Gra-ra-ra-ra. Ha-ha. Gra-a-wik. You've completely lost your humanity, huh? Gone was the handsome man with the golden hair. The monster in front of her had glowing red eyes with decaying skins. Looking at the state of her ex-comrade, Brian smiled sorrowfully. Long time no see, Kultz. The hero, once the protagonist of the world, could only let out a grotesque roar. Chapter 97, Clash. Gra-ra-ra. Gra-ra-ra-ra-h. His decaying skin was peeling off. One side of his eye had turned red and his arm was swelling grotesquely. Her former comrade looked nothing like a human. Seeing him, Brian narrowed her eyes. Of course, there were times she didn't think kindly of him. His excessive sense of justice and stubbornness could be irritating. Brian actually agreed with Chloe when Kultz fought with Chloe. But still. Despite her displeasure at Kultz, she had never wanted him to end up like this. That being said, she couldn't afford to let her emotions get in the way, otherwise, her movements would become dull. She might lose her head off if she let her guard down, even just for a split second. Having fought against that ghoul before, Brian knew. She knew that wasn't Kultz anymore. That thing was an enemy. Grah! Magnum shot. Brian fired her arrow at almost the exact moment Kultz lunged at her. The arrowhead wasn't big by any means, but it was incredibly sharp, especially at close range. Kultz instinctively reacted, dodging the arrow. This caused his moment to break. Taking advantage of that opening, Brian moved as far away from Kultz as possible. Close combat was not her forte and she needed the support of her comrades if she wanted to defeat Kultz. Brian grimaced, clearly not expecting to face Kultz this soon. However, unexpected occurrence like this was common on the battlefield. Without wasting any time, she notched a red arrow and fired it into the sky. Shortly after, a loud explosion and rising smoke filled the air, followed by the voice of the leader of the resistance. Ariel, a strong enemy has appeared. Frontline unit, retreat. Magic unit. Hell of you go and support Bryant's armor. That red arrow was a signal that they had decided upon beforehand. This signal was enough to make the troop know what to do next. To begin with, Brian and Kiriel's unit was only here to ambush and chip away the strength of the Imperial Army. Sure, Kultz's sudden appearance made things more complicated than planned, but they still had done their job. They had launched several high-powered magic attacks on the enemy's rear unit. It was safe to say their primary objective had been accomplished. The frontline unit of the resistance gradually retreated while the magic unit shifted their focus on attacking Kultz. Soon enough, rain of spells came pouring down from atop the roof. Lightning spear, firebolt, grrr. While retreating, the resistance's army unleashed smaller-scale magic at the enemy. Although the spell wasn't strong, but the rapid succession of small spells was enough to prevent Kultz from pursuing Brian even further. Still, despite the barrage of magic, Kultz still managed to dodge most of the attacks with his almost inhuman speed and reflex. Just what is this guy? The member of resistance exclaimed, looking clearly frustrated for not being able to land a decent hit on Kultz, and yet, Brian remained unfazed. She calmly drew her bow, maintaining her composure. She took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on the enemy. Arrow strafe. She unleashed rapid-fire arrows toward Kultz at a speed imperceptible to the human eye. Barrage of arrows coming at Kultz. Any average person would only see Brian holding her bow steady, but in reality, she was firing dozens of arrows in quick succession. With her eyes wide open, Brian maintained and strangely calm. She aimed all her arrows solely at Kultz. The sudden combined onslaught of magic and arrows caused Kultz to let out a scream of agony. Grah! Although Kultz's physical abilities had been enhanced now that he was a ghoul, but the barrage of attacks that flooded his field of vision made it impossible to dodge everything. Eventually, one of Brian's arrows pierced his torso. Soon after, 5 or 6 more arrows struck the same spot, causing his movements to come to a sudden halt. Seeing this, Brian increased the speed of her rapid fire. If she didn't have enough power, she could just overwhelm him with numbers. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you can still stand upright after taking over 100 of my arrows. Now, magic unit. At Kiriel's command, the magic unit began to cast their spells in unison. Their target was only one. Countless arrows, fireballs, lightning spears, and sharp icicles all converged on a single point. Kill hero Kultz. Kill our enemy. A massive explosion shook the ground. Only until the smoke began to clear that Brian could finally see the building that Kultz had been standing on reduced to rubble. The building was completely destroyed, with the blood of the enemy soldiers caught in the blasts splattered across the scene. She took it all in with sharp focus. We don't have time. We're moving out. Quickly. Yes, Brian's armor. Upon seeing the enemy hordes pressing forward, she immediately issued the order to retreat. He should be dead by now, right? I mean, if he was still alive, he would have already come charging at us. She wasn't sure. But for now, she had to stick to the plan. Those who can use wind magic, quickly cast buffs on our allies. Create as much distance as possible from the enemy. The enemies seemed to grow more violent, perhaps mistaking their retreat as a sign of weakness. Well, those soldiers were just soulless puppets who didn't know the importance of choosing the right momentum. Run, run. Run as if your life depends on it. We're almost there! Kiriel, watch out, huh? Brian, who was still attacking the enemy at the very end of the line, quickly grabbed Kiriel and threw both of their bodies to the ground. Soon after, the slicing sound of sword being swung echoed through the area. Kiri opened her eyes, trying to assess the situation. The sword wasn't swung. It had been thrown at them. Next to them, there was a sword cloaked in an evil aura. a sword that was once said to be a holy sword that belonged to the church. GRRRHTCH. Don't fucking kidding me. It was Kultz's sword. His flayed skin made him look more like a zombie than a ghoul. The enemy is over there. Annihilate them. Eradicate them. Soon after, the voice of Goring, the commander of the enemy. His voice echoed from afar as he issued orders to the soulless puppet army. Kiriel's face immediately went pale, and Brian clenched her teeth. Just when Kultz was taking another step closer to them. Exterminate. Exterminate. Kultz and the Imperial Army became the witness of a massive conglomeration of several black magic orbs covering the whole sky, or a wall. And then, both Kiriel and Brian were enveloped in a dome-shaped holy magi. Chapter 98, Killing Their Former Leader. I want you to give us a signal if Kultz appears so we can see him too. Kai had said that during the strategy meeting. He looked really serious when he said that. Although I've killed him when we were looking for information in the Imperial Castle, but the Crown Prince has the material cube with him. He can inject the life force contained in that cube and Kultz will go back to normal again. And then, Kultz can join the battle like nothing happened. That's right. So, Brian, when you spot Kultz or any other strong enemies, make sure to give us a signal. Make it as flashy as possible. Preferably something with a loud explosion. Understood. But, I have one question. How can we stop Kultz? Is there anything we can do to stop him? Stop him, huh? Yes. After all, Kultz is much stronger as a ghoul than he was as a human, having encountered Kultz by chance before. Brian could say that confidently. The fear she had felt when facing Kultz returned to her mind again. She became a bit tense. However, Kai only laughed. He then pointed to a certain spot on the map spread across the table. It's fine. We've got Nia, who's much stronger than Kultz. And now, Brian looked up to the sky. Numerous black masses covering the sky. She couldn't help but to be amazed at the sheer amount of magic power it required to summon this many black masses of black magic. Even after casting that huge-scale magic, Nia still had plenty of magic power to spare. After all, Nia had been told by Kai to spare some magic power for their fight with the guide. Brian-san. Kiriel-san. Are you alright? Can you both stand? Are you hurt anywhere? Alwyn-sama. Chloe-sama. Yes, I'm fine. It's all thanks to Brian-sama. Phew. That was a close one. I never want to become the decoy again. Yes. Brian and her team had two objectives. One was to reduce the enemy's numbers in a guerrilla attack and to lure the enemy toward where Nia was. Luckily, the Crown Prince, who was the mastermind behind the mind control, was mentally unstable. This made the enemy's movements extremely easy to predict. And predictable movements on the battlefield naturally led to death. Diamond Stream. Nia, who was still floating in the air, muttered softly, and at the same time, the masses of black magic began crashing down on the ground one by one. Retreat. Fall back. Goring shouted as soon as he felt something was wrong, but he was too late. Far too late. Big explosions occurred everywhere, each one engulfing dozens of soldiers at least. Even the Resistance's army were running for their life so they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. The Imperial soldiers, who had lost their free will from being mind-manipulated by the Crown Prince, died instantly from the blasts. Despite the sudden death and significant loss of manpower, no screams could be heard from the Imperial Army's side. There were no cries of terror there. Nothing. After all, the soldiers didn't have any self-awareness left. They were just mindless puppets, driven by the Crown Prince. However, there was one person who still had the sanity left in his mind to scream. It was Kultz. He was running toward Brian and the others. It was unclear whether Kultz wasn't affected by the Crown Prince's mind manipulation or if Kultz was acting independently so he could disregard Gring's orders. But Kultz just kept running in a frenzy toward his old comrades. To be precise, the spot where his holy sword was embedded on the ground. Kiriel, you need to leave this place now. Drink the elixir from Real to restore your health and get ready for the next battle. But Brian-sama, you don't need to worry about us, Kiriel. After all, We used to be in the hero's party. Well, the so-called hero is like that though. Kirill tried to protest, but Alwyn and Chloe insisted they would be fine without her. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Kirill finally relented. Of course, a part of her was afraid she would only become a hindrance. After all, she was much weaker in terms of combat ability than them all. The two of you. Let's go. Are you both ready? Yes, I knew it. I knew it's going to end up this way. The three of them had a bittersweet and melancholy expression on their faces. The time they had spent with Colt was anything but fleeting. Of course, they sometimes. No. They tended to clash opinions with the hero, but they didn't hate him to the point they wanted him dead. That being said, now Colt was their enemy. A monster that threatened the peace of the world. He was no longer the leader of their party anymore. If anything, Kai was their leader now, not Colt's. It's time to settle the scores. In response to Chloe's calm voice, Colt let out another beastly cry. Brian readied her bow and Alwyn stepped back, about 5 steps back. She placed her hands on the ground and soon enough, Colt came into their view. Grrrr. Perhaps Colt remembered that Chloe was the one who had killed him. But Colt completely ignored the holy sword embedded in the ground. He just charged straight at Chloe and at the same time, Chloe's body began to glow. Area of revelation. Upon receiving Alwyn's buff, Chloe began even faster than before. She vanished within the blink of an eye and disappeared from Colt's vision. Momentarily stunned by the sudden loss of his prey, Colt blinked but he soon screamed in agony as a screeching pain pierced his back. Dark sight. Chloe had trained with Kai countless times. The injury she had suffered in battle was like a trauma to her. The last time she was injured was during the battle against Colt and the Imperial Army during their reconnaissance mission. She had become a burden to Kai and Nya. Especially Kai, who had to pull away to ensure her safety. She was grateful to have someone cared for her that much, but Chloe's pride couldn't say the same. Chloe was aware she could never surpass Kai and Nya, but at the very least, she didn't want to become a burden. Chloe had been training tirelessly just so she could stand on the same level as Kai and Nya. And the result of her hard work didn't betray her. Even though Colt was much more powerful now that he had become a ghoul, but Colt still couldn't keep up with Chloe's speed. Chloe sliced his fist, letting his fist fly in the air. Having lost the balance in his body, Colt immediately became an easy target for Chloe's knives. As graceful as a dancer, Chloe pursued Colt relentlessly. Both Brian and Alwyn could only watch in awe. Chloe had become many times stronger than them, but they soon regained their focus again. They worked together like a well-fitting gear to push their former leader to the corner. Just when they thought they had the upper hand. He regenerates. Chloe gasped in astonishment upon seeing the knife wounds on Colt's skin healing. His battered body gradually returned to its original state. Wind blast. Brian fired an arrow made from wind magic that punched a hole through Colt's stomach. Even so, the skin and the blood vessels on Colt's body quickly merged together again. The wound closed up soon. Witnessing Colt's inhuman regenerative ability, Chloe took a step back and returned to Brian's side. Are you kidding me? I know he has become a ghoul from the result of black magic, but that regeneration speed is simply abnormal. Yes. It seems he's still hiding something. Alwyn, can you sense the magic energy emanating from Colt's? Judging from my magic vision, only black magic is circulating throughout Colt's body. This is definitely weird. What's so weird about it, Alwyn? Chloe asked, and Alwyn, breaking out in a cold sweat, immediately replied. When Brian-san created a hole in his body earlier, I didn't sense any magic from his body, but then, suddenly there's an unidentified magic power flowing from his heart and the said magic energy is now gathering in his abdomen. Magic power from his heart. Just what is happening? I can't tell either. I'm still too far from him. I think we should back down for now. But before Alwyn could finish her sentence, Colt had jumped in the air. The holy sword was already at his hand somehow and his eyes were glowing in red. He aimed the holy sword at his former comrades, intent to slice them down. This is dangerous. I need to protect the two of them. Chloe instinctively grabbed Alwyn and Brian's waists, and just as she was about to kick the ground to dodge Dark Pierce, a beam of black magic shot through the air, piercing Coltz's body. GRRHH, the hero, who had been jumping in the air, immediately fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chloe only watched the scene unfolding before her. She immediately looked up, and there, in the sky, there was a beautiful girl with doll-like charm. The girl's silver hair fluttered in the air and her red eyes had the same glow as the enemy, but her eyes were filled with warmth, not madness. These three are my comrades, and yet you dare to try to kill my comrades. The final boss of the game, who had learned how to love and be loved, stared at Coltz coldly. Therefore, I will kill you here. Chapter 99, Monster's Heart. The three of them knew just how powerful Nia was. They exchanged relieved glances at each other. However, for some reason, Coltz, who had a gaping hole in his torso, was still alive somehow. Coltz fell to the ground when he was hit by Nia's laser beam, but he immediately rose up again and let out a low growl at Nia. GRRRH. Yo, you bastard. Huh? The word that Coltz uttered left the three of them in shock. After all, Coltz had been turned into a ghoul. Just how? Why could he still speak? That power. GRRRR. Grah. Da demon. It's all your fault. Everything is your fault. GRRRRHHHH. Demon. Demon. Kai hi 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 hi. Huh? Ki ha 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 ha. Something was off. Coltz had been cursing them just a moment ago, but now he started laughing maniacally instead. Feeling a wave of displeasure washing over her, Nia narrowed her eyes even further. She drew more magic power from within her body. When Coltz called her demon, Coltz wasn't actually talking about her. Yes, Coltz was staring at her, but the one he talked to wasn't her, but her most precious person, Kai. Coltz, you. Sensing something ominous was coming, Chloe began to wear a grim expression as well. Brian and Alwyn also followed suit. They knew Coltz had a deep hatred toward Kai. They knew who the real recipient of that maddened rage was. Kai hi 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 hi. If only you weren't here. Kai, K-I-I. Kai 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 K-I-I. If I kill you then maybe I could still. GRRRRHHH. Grah. Take it back. Coltz professed, the ugly jealousy sprouting in his heart, and all warmth vanished from Nia's eyes. My fate. My original fate. My future. Gah. Silent, her red eyes were ablaze with fury. A suffocating pressure was emanating from Nia's body. Without any hesitation, she drove the black spear straight through Coltz's stomach. Nia's love wasn't so shallow that she could remain calm when someone insulted the person most precious to her. Say Kai's name one more time and I'll tear you to pieces. Gah. The protagonist of this world isn't you. The protagonist of this world is Kai, the fate of this world. The original fate and future of this world. Kai's role and Coltz's original role. The identity and purpose of the guide. Having heard all of this, the other three didn't voice any object to Nia's words. After all, they understood too, just how outrageous the fate of the world would be if Coltz were to play the role of the protagonist. Gah. Gug. I'll kill you. Despite having a gaping hole in his body, Coltz forcibly pulled the black spear made from black magic out. Then, the wound closed up instantly. He still boasted the same regeneration power as before. Now that Coltz had fully regenerated, he came rushing at them again. The tip of the holy sword was aimed straight at Nia. Most probably because Nia had a similar power to Kai, or a wall crescent shot. Shadow dancing. His former comrades blocked his way and Coltz let out a beastly growl. The holy sword hit the dome of holy power created by Alwyn. The dome only suffered a crack, not completely destroyed. And then, an arrow came flying at Coltz. He immediately dodged it. But then, a knife was plunged into his back. TCH. He's regenerating again. Alwyn, We need more buff. Yes. Haste. Colts showed no sign of getting weaker, so Chloe pulled out another knife. Get out of my way. You're the one who's getting in the way of this world, you shitty hero. A fierce battle unfolded. Thanks to Alwyn's buff, Chloe was now able to keep up with Colts's speed. Her two knives clashed with the holy sword, and a torrent of magical energy erupted from the blades clashing. It was a desperate fight, with each trying to kill each other with their own respective weapons. Watching this, Brian turned to Nya. At this rate, the fight won't ever end. That regeneration ability of his must be the work of black magic. Nya, do you have any idea on how to deal with it? No, it's not black magic. What do you mean? But his monster-like body. That's clearly the result of a black magic. But then, that's not it. Nya shook her head repeatedly before she quietly muttered, that's the power of life force. Huh? Unnatural life force is flowing from his heart, sealing the wounds on his body. So, we need to target his heart. Realizing the importance of Nya's explanation, Alwyn clapped her hands together. That's it. That must be the life force from the cube that Kai-san mentioned before. That's why I couldn't detect it even when I had my magic vision on. A cube. A cube that can contain life force. Yes. Material cube or something. That cube must be embedded in his body, precisely his heart. That's the reason he can't die. But, a regeneration this powerful surely. The heart itself is a gigantic cube. Chloe and Colts clashed swords again before they both backed away. Seeing an opening, Nya summoned the black separ again and sent it flying to Colts's body. Grrrh. This time, she targeted his heart, but Colts managed to avoid it. The black spear pierced his shoulder instead. During this opening, Chloe rejoined the fray, albeit she was still panting heavily. Phew. We can't. Minor wounds won't work. The wound will get healed instantly. We need something bigger. Something more powerful. Nya, you said his heart is practically a giant cube, right? Yes. When I shot the spear at his heart earlier, Colts was clearly focused on protecting his heart. How suspicious, huh? Now that you mention it. He's definitely protecting his chest this whole time. Then, we now know where to attack, Brian said, and all four of them nodded in agreement. Colts's chest. If they could remove the cube from his body, then they should be able to kill Colts. But how do we? I have an idea. Before Brian could finish her words, Nya interrupted her. Her red eyes were shining with determination. We just need to stab that holy sword into his heart. T/N, killing Colts with his own weapon. Wonderful. Chapter 100, Plan. On the night after all the meetings had been concluded, Kai came to visit Nya's room for some reason. Sorry for coming to your room this late at night, but I have one request to ask. Humphrey. Nya-san. Why do you look so unhappy? Even though I was expecting something, but it turns out Kai is not going to do anything. Don't suddenly say something outrageous like that. Despite his words, Kai sat by the bed and held Nya's hand tightly in his. The warmth spreading from their connected hands, and Nya's mood lifted up a bit. She then asked, so? What do you want to ask from me? It's about Colts's holy sword. The sword that emits bright light? Yes, that one. Actually, when we fought at the church before, I set up a small mechanism in that sword, and to activate that mechanism, we will need either my power or yours. Does it has to be me and you? No one else can do it? Yes. Only you and I can activate it. A period of silence ensued between them. Nya then gazed up to look at the face of the person she cherished the most. Then, she gripped their connected hands a little tighter and asked, Kai, do you know the true nature of that sword? Nya remembered. She remembered the sword that remained stuck in the ground, unmoving, while Colts was on the verge of death. It was as if the sword had a will of its own. The magic power emitted from the sword was definitely of holy attribute, but to be honest, I don't know much about the holy sword either. But I can say this for sure. What is it? That sword is not just a pure holy sword. Sure, the sword houses holy power inside of it, but it can absorb black magic. When I try to pour my magic power into it, Nya's eyes widened a bit. pouring black magic into the holy sword. This must be about the mechanism Kai mentioned earlier. Besides, it's strange that cults can still wield the holy sword. He already lost his qualification as a hero and he has become a ghoul too. That holy sword is confusing indeed. Anyway, what I want you to do. Okay. Tell me. What do you want me to do? Kai tightened his grip on her hand as he continued. If Kultz joins the fight and appears before you. Kai wanted Nia to use the holy sword to kill him. For real, this time. The person Nia loved dearly had asked her to do that. Stab his heart with the holy sword. But his heart is no longer an ordinary heart. It's a mercurial cube. According to Real's experiment, that cube is unbreakable. Any half-hearted method won't be able to destroy it. That's why we need the holy sword, Nia answered Chloe while pondering a bit. The cube should be placed in Kultz's heart, but the cube should have a limit. The cube that they had stolen before had a limit to how much life force it could contain. But Kultz could keep resurrecting and regenerating his body to no end. It would be impossible to kill him unless they could eliminate the source of the life force first. Hence why, they had no other choice but to try the method Kai had suggested before. I need to grab the holy sword. Everyone, please help me. Huh? What do you mean you need to grab the holy sword? The sword can't be used by someone who's not chosen, you know? Alwyn explained, but Nia only shook her head as she said, I don't believe that thing is chosen by the holy sword though, Nia said, and that statement resonated with the others. Indeed. They all had their suspicions too. There was no way the holy sword still chose that thing as its master. Especially when the holy sword was a holy artifact revered by the church. The reason why cults could still use the holy sword was either because the holy sword had been tainted by black magic or that sword wasn't the holy sword in the first place. Regardless, their main objective remained the same. While remaining cautious of Kultz's movement, the three of them listened to Nia's explanation. And now that they have decided what they should do, Nia joined her hands together and began to channel her magic power. Night mist. A black mist started spreading out from Nia's feet. Kultz's field of vision was wrapped by the mist. He growled lowly, trying to remain vigilant. Then, he could hear the sharp whistle of arrows. Mystic shot. Grr. The magic arrows that Brian had fired without chanting to avoid being detected by Kultz flew through the mist. Kultz's eyes widened at the two arrows that seemingly came out of nowhere. However, his monstrous reflexes managed to save his life. He twisted his body to dodge the incoming arrow and used his sword to block the other arrow. However, the danger had just started. It was far from over. Wind blast. Dark spear. Just after Kultz barely dodged the arrows, spears made from black magic and arrows made from wind magic rushed toward him relentlessly. He tried to deflect the spear aimed at his heart with the holy sword, but the black spear was too powerful. Both weapons were imbued with immense magic power of opposing nature. Both magic collided, causing an explosion that forced Kultz to stagger back several steps. Grah! The arrow shot by Brian pierced Kultz's shoulder. Red blood splattered. A color that reminded everyone that in essence, Kultz was still a human. Dark sight. But before he could recover from the shock of the searing wound on his shoulder, Kultz felt another sharp pain as his back was stabbed by Chloe. The assassin had creeped behind him and stabbed two knives into Kultz's back. The knives were then driven upwards to literally tear Kultz's back apart. Blood gushed out from the open wound on his back. Ugh! Although his body could regenerate endlessly, but the pain still existed. The regeneration didn't dull the pain. Even as a ghoul, Kultz could still feel the pain from being stabbed. However, the pain seemed to fuel his rage even further. Kultz swung the holy sword with all of his might, intent to kill Chloe. She quickly took another knife to block, but of course she couldn't completely absorb all the force. Chloe was hurled far away by the impact of Kultz's blow. I'll kill you. Kill. I will kill you. The monster, now devoid of any rationality, lunged at Chloe. However, he was blocked by an invisible barrier and staggered backward from the impact. Alwyn's voice could be heard from a distance or a wall. And at the same time, arrows and spears came raining down on Kultz. Grrrhhh? Question mark. Even though his body was regenerating, but he couldn't move properly from the searing pain. Spears and arrows lodged in his left arm and right leg. His beastly screams echoed as Chloe bit her lower lip and leapt into the air in order to carry out the plan that Nia had formed. Die already, you monster! Leaping over the wall created by Alwyn, Chloe readied her knife. Her target was Kultz's right arm. The sharp sound of blades slicing through the skin and bones proved just how sharp Chloe's knife was. Blood sprayed from the severed part. Kultz's right arm flew through the air along with the holy sword, and then his holy sword slipped from the grasp of Kultz's severed right arm. Ugh! The right arm that Kultz had been using to hold the holy sword had been severed by Chloe. A roar of pain echoed from him, and Chloe stepped back to catch her breath. Her role was done here. And now, it was time for Nia to shine. Goodbye, hero. Grrrhh? A pitiful human who can never become the protagonist until the very end. Nia, who had seemingly appeared out of thin air, had gripped the holy sword that had felt oddly ground. She drove the sword into Kultz's heart, the mercurial cube, which was already in tatters. Then, as instructed by Kai, she infused the sword with black magic. She drew as much magic as possible and poured it all into the holy sword. Within the next moment, Nia finally realized what kind of mechanism Kai had planted inside the holy sword. Only Nia could understand it, since her power and Kai were peas of the same pod. It was a curse. The holy sword pierced the cube and the holy sword was engulfed in dark flames. Nia-san. Wei? What's happening now? And soon enough, a blinding light covered both Nia and Kultz. Chapter 101, The Truth of the Holy Sword. Huh? She looked around. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. The floating specter's hands were closing in on a man in front of me, one after another. And the man standing at the center of it was It was the blonde, cheerful young hero, Kultz. He wasn't in his ghoul form. He looked like his human self when he was still alive. And for some reason, Nia found herself in a completely different space from reality. Where am I? You too. You're like us. Let us bestow the light of salvation to you. Come hither. You wag? What's going on? What is this? In the murky, purple-hued space, Nia pondered the same thing while watching Kultz struggling in vain. The magic power floating in the air had the same nature as her own. Which meant, this was the magic of someone she cherished so much. This was the scent of Kai's magic. That sword is not just a normal holy sword. Sure, the sword is filled with holy magic, but that sword also started absorbing black magic when I tried to infuse it with my magic power. In that case, then this space was also artificially created by the holy sword itself? But for a space created by the holy sword, this space was too gruesome, too wicked. The scene Nia saw before her was downright grotesque. Ghosts with their eyes gouged out, their mouths drooling with glowing saliva, and how obsessed they were with their prey. And also, all of them were wearing different kinds of clothes. Some were wearing the same outfit as the nuns from the teacher, while others were clad in armor favored by the holy knights, and one woman in particular had her clothes torn in pieces, exposing most of her body. She resembled the women who had been violated by the Pope and the other despicable man of the church in the underground prison. Dozens of malicious spirits converged on Kultz, tormenting him. Everything was taken from me. Even in death, I was still being sucked dry. Even in death. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. And you too. You will join us too. The ghosts seemed to have deep resentment toward Kultz. Nia watched them closely, examining the countless wounds etched into their bodies and the fragments of holy power leaking from them. She also noticed the cross on their bodies, broken and turned upside down. I see. In spite of having so many holy power in them, these souls had been betrayed by the church. They had been violated thoroughly and ended up trapped here. This must be the true theft. The holy sword. The reason why the holy sword was overflowing with holy magic was because the holy magic from these countless souls were trapped inside the sword. You have the qualifications. But, well, you were pretty dull to say the least. The obsession for revenge. The madness that doesn't fade even in death. You're the same as us. Let's get our revenge on that detestable hero and the whole nation who imprisoned us here. This time, let's not be pawns anymore. Let's be comrades. Our comrades. What? What are you saying? I'm the hero, me. I am the hero. The ghosts had their hands on Kultz, and Kultz's scream fell on deaf ears. More and more ghosts came swarming, burying Kultz within the crowd. Nia didn't do anything. She just watched the scene unfolding before her. That person. The one with purple power. Ah. The one with that pleasant power. Are you also one of us? No. Nia shook her head and slowly brought her hands together. The gazes of the souls trapped and wandering within the holy sword were all on Nia. Well, their eyes were already gouged out though. Trickles of light particles spilled from their bodies, almost like blood. Regardless, Nia had no other choice. Her main goal was to kill Kultz. And the cursed power Kai had planted inside the sword was necromancy. Trapped souls. Souls without a place to go. A technique that manipulates the souls of the dead to exhaust the opponent's lifespan. Kill the hero before you. Nia's eyes glowed red, and at the same time, large eyes began popping open one after another within the walls of the purple mist space. The empty socket eyes of the trapped souls also began to glow in red. Gaga. Maybe Kai had predicted this outcome. He already had a suspicion the holy sword had a will of its own. When Kai saw the holy sword abandoned Kultz at the time of his death, Kai came to the conclusion that the holy sword must have a mind of its own. Therefore, Kai cast a curse similar to necromancy. This curse bore a similar nature to mind manipulation magic. He was trying to kill Kultz down to his soul. And thus, the execution started. Crushed under the feet of dozens of ghosts. Stabbed by the swords from the tormented crusaders. Struck on the head with the corner of the Holy Bible. No blood was spilling from him. No wound was etched on his skin, and yet, his soul still experienced the pain. The pain was real. Kultz's soul was dying. Why? Why only me? You're the demons. You're the demons. So why? Why is it that I'm the hero? A hero is not something decided by others. The souls swarmed on Kultz, and after several minutes, the violence ceased. Nia approached Kultz, who was now gasping for breath. The qualifications to be a hero is something you need to earn by yourself. They are not something given by someone else. You are not a courageous hero. You are just an ordinary person with good fortune. That's why you always put your personal emotions before everything else. Kultz's soul laid silently. His soul could only emit faint light. He was groaning, dying. He couldn't even move a finger anymore. His soul was on the brink of extinction. I will set you free now. Dozens of souls gathered around Nia. These were the pitiful souls who had been shackled to the holy sword unjustly. It was time to end everything. Goodbye, Kultz. With her hands placed together, Nia closed her eyes. Soon, the purple mist began to dissipate. Cracks started appearing in the eyes on the walls, and then, the voices of her companions could be heard echoing from the distance. Alwyn, Brian, Chloe, her friends were calling out to her. This is the end of the illusion. With her eyes still closed, Nia clapped her hands. The purple space shattered like glass, and Nia's vision was enveloped by bright light. Chapter 102, The Sacrificial Pawn of Fate. Wait. Are you really okay? The light definitely disappeared back then. Nia-san. From beside her, Nia could hear the sound of Chloe and Alwyn. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chloe, looking clearly in panic. Chloe was cupping her cheeks with both hands. Nia stared at Chloe for a moment before offering Chloe a gentle smile. Nia, and within the next moment, she was hugged tightly by Chloe. It was almost painful, even. Feeling the warmth of her beloved best friend, Nia turned her gaze forward. There, She was Kultz. Kultz was laying on the ground while being shrouded in darkness. Grrrr, Chloe, that's. Yeah. Chloe nodded as she released Nia from her tight embrace. Smoke-like wisps were rising from Kultz's body. There was a cracked cube inside his torn body. The cube that had been pierced by the holy sword. The cube was glowing faintly in white. It seemed to represent Kultz's life, that could vanish at any moment now. Kultz-san. Alwyn's quiet voice seemed to echo. Indeed. Kultz was beyond saving. The world within the holy sword. It was the world where trapped souls intertwined, and that world had been destroyed by Nya. Kultz's soul was perishing, along with that world. A body without a soul wouldn't be able to move. And as a proof of this, the holy sword began to crack little by little. The holy sword. Light was leaking from the holy sword before the blade gradually turned to dust. Particles of light drifted from the hilt into the air. The holy sword grumbled away, as if the sword was mourning for the souls trapped within it. The once glowing blade eventually vanished, leaving only Kultz's lifeless body behind. All four of them, including Nya, approached the shell of the hero. No one said anything. They just watched as Kultz was wasting away. His body had been burned black from head to toe. The only light could be seen from his body was the lingering life force left in the cube. However, there was no hope left for Kultz. The light from the cube was diminishing. It was the end of his life. Kultz just laid motionless there. Taking a deep sigh, Chloe took out knife. But then, Kultz-san. Alwyn knelt down beside him and placed her hand on his head. I tried to respect you, but I couldn't do so until the end. I tried to believe in you, but you made it so horribly difficult to do. You turned your eyes away from the misfortune of others and shut yourself away from the world, colluding yourself with your own beliefs. You called forth death. So many deaths. I don't think I can forgive you, Kultz-san. The voice, once that of his comrade, resonated quietly. Alwyn closed her eyes and spoke her parting words. Goodbye, our enemy, Alwyn whispered. Her voice was laced with deep sadness, and with that, the light from the cube also vanished. The shell of the hero laid there, motionless with his eyes wide open from resentment. Alwyn gently closed his eyelids, marking the absolute end of the hero. The hero, now an enemy, was dead. And yet, the war didn't come to an end. From afar, they could hear the sound of the army's footsteps, accompanied by clouds of dust. A massive amount of soldiers were approaching. All four of them exchanged glances and nodded. The war is just beginning. Yes, that's right. At Nya's words, Alwyn and Brian braced themselves. The intense battle, where they would need to pour everything they had, was yet to come. Let's win this, everyone. Chloe's voice resounded crystal clear. The four heroes stared at their enemy. Their determination could be seen in their pose. The second prince, Adolf, could feel it. He could feel that his greatest creation had just died. Even though. Cough. Everything. For that guy. Yes. He had poured all of his everything on that cube. From the moment Adolf decided to launch an attack, the cubes he had strategically placed around the castle had become useless. This was before he had sold half of his soul. He had converged all of the life force within those cubes and infused it into a massive cube, creating an almost immortal hero. The life of those unnecessary soldiers had become a feed for Kultz, and yet, despite all of that effort, Kultz died this easily. Far too easily. Kultz didn't even get to put up a real fight yet. Adolf was beyond frustrated. Cough. He coughed up another spat of black blood. Piercing pain shot through his entire body, as if he were being skewered from within. Writhing in agony, the crown prince slipped from his throne. With his bloodshot eyes wide open, he thought to himself, at this rate, I'm going to go back to my old weak self. I would become a weakling, who was ignored and ridiculed by my father, my big brother and the other nobles. A piece of trash on the roadside. That was his only driving force. He wanted to bask in the omnipotence feeling, something he had never felt before. He wanted to paint the world in the colors of his choosing. He didn't want to revert to his old self. A useless boy who couldn't do anything. In order to achieve that, he had sold his soul for it. He cursed his father and his big brother and endured all the pain just for it. But it turned out, all of his sacrifice was for naught. What if everything was just an illusion? What about it then? What would he do if he was faced with reality? What would he do if actually, he was still the same weak child from the past? What if nothing changed no matter how hard he struggled? He refused to accept it. He absolutely refused to accept it. That vengeful spirit drove his voice to grow louder. "Yo, you bastard!" He fell from the throne and then he stared at himself, who was writhing grotesquely on the ground. Seeing a monster that hardly looked like a human, the prince shouted again. "Yo, you bastard! I will win." This won't do. His mind is starting to break down on itself. What? Cough. Well, I guess it's only natural for him to snap when pain and inferiority complex assaulted you at the same time. To be fair, I already expected this outcome the moment you sold half of your soul. You're just the sacrificial pawn of fate. Do you really think everything will go smoothly according to your wishes? The monster, the guide, began to speak calmly while gripping the crown prince's head with its fingers. Did you really think you would get a bright future after selling your soul to a demon? You poor soul. Forever trapped in the past. You only sought for broken pleasure. You wanted to get revenge on your family, revenge on the world and look down on everything. You wanted to relish in your pride, as if you had become a god. You had no faith or strong ideology. You're nothing but a pitiful villain. Gradually, the guide's thick fingers dug deeper into the crown prince's head. Amidst his fading consciousness, the crown prince felt like something within his head was about to explode. In your next life, don't let the dice of fate roll over, okay? Well, that is, if there's a next one for you. And then, the crown prince's head splattered. Blood spewed everywhere. With his head crushed to pulp, the crown prince's body quickly lost all its strength. The guide slowly stood up while gripping the corpse with a burst head in both hands. Then, he gently placed the body next to the large pedestal behind him, next to the king and the actual crown prince of his country. The two of them were still bleeding from their pitch-black eyes. Now then, shall we finally bring everything to an end? The only thing remaining was the climax of the story. It is time to return this world to its original fate. The guide's job was to guide the world toward its predetermined ending. The monster, born for that purpose, slowly stepped out of the audience chamber. Chapter 103, A Meteorite. Kai-sama, what should we do now? Well, Nia hadn't returned yet. Neither Chloe, Brian, or Alwyn. If things were proceeding according to our original plan, the four of them should have arrived here by now. We were deep in the forest, quite far from the bustling streets of the capital. A head-on fight would put us at a numerical disadvantage, and more importantly, we need to save our strength to face the guide. And yet, all four of them hadn't returned yet. It could only mean two things. Either they had encountered cults or they came across the guide. I knew there was no way Nia and the others could be defeated by common soldiers, but I couldn't help but to feel worried about them since they were getting late. You all stay here. I will go to check on the situation. But, Kai-sama, I will fire an explosion spell into the sky if I see a troublesome enemy. When you see my signal, run away immediately. That means the enemy is not something you guys can defeat. I don't want people to die in vain. Yes, sir. I nodded at the leader of the resistance before I stood up to leave the forest. But then, I could see the telltale figure of the soldiers who had been stationed with Nia and the others. The soldiers entered the forest and took up their positions. Kiriel, the leader of the group, came to me. She knelt before me. Kai-sama. The hero, Kultz, has appeared. All four of them, including Nia-sama, are currently engaged in battle against the hero. I see. Kultz, Even with Nia in the fray, it'd be difficult for them to finish him off quickly. How annoying. We've returned with our lives under the orders of Alwyn-sama and Brian-sama, but at this rate. Oh, no. They should be fine. Huh. Raising my index finger, I pointed towards the distance. Kirill turned around to see at the direction I was pointing at, and she widened her eyes in surprise. There was a girl floating in the air, accompanied by the former members of the heroes' party coming our way. Behind them, there was a large number of soldiers chasing after them. The sheer amount of the soldiers created a huge cloud of dust. The ground seemed to be trembling under their march. They're a bit behind schedule, but everything is going according to our plan. Kirill, get into position. Yes, sir. With the sound of leaves crunching beneath her feet, Kirill moved to her pre-designated spot. I stood at the entrance of the forest, spreading my arms wide. Welcome back, everyone. How can you be so carefree? Look. Look behind us. The moment Brian saw me greeting them nonchalantly, she immediately cursed at me. Even Alwyn sighed deeply. She seemed to be so exhausted. Contrary to them, Chloe and Nia looked relatively calm as they gave me their report. Kultz is dead. Nia made sure of it. The holy sword has turned to dust too. I see. By the way, did my curse activate properly? Yes. The necromancy worked perfectly. Hearing Nia's confirmation, I let out a sigh of relief. I had thought the holy sword to be suspicious when the holy sword abandoned Kultz, so I infused it with a necromancy curse just to be safe. Fortunately, the curse worked perfectly in our favor. So all that's left is that army and the guide. Huh? I could see arrays of soldiers with glowing red eyes from the distance. The Crown Prince's mind control was still in effect. Licking my lips, I ordered everyone to enter the forest. Their movements were far too predictable, which made it easy for us to push them into a trap. More importantly, to reach the city where the citizens lived, the soldiers needed to get through the forest first. One of our strategies was to cast long-range magic from within the forest to reduce the enemy's numbers before engaging in close-distance fight with them. From here on out, all of you are free to go wild, but please do it as efficiently as possible. Okay. After giving out my order, I gathered my magic power in my palm. Now that Kultz had died, we didn't need to worry about any strong enemy except the Crown Prince and the guide. Ideally speaking, I wanted to slaughter the Imperial soldiers as quickly as possible so we could get on with our final battle against the guide. At least, that was the perfect scenario I had in mind. The enemy commander, Gring, was chasing after us fiercely on horseback. The moment he entered our range, Brian readied her arrow. But then, something unexpected happened. Charge! Charge! Kaa! Gring, who was shouting vigorously, like he wanted to devour everything in his path, suddenly lost consciousness and fell from his horse. Wow! And it wasn't just Gring. The other nobles on the horseback and the hundreds. No. The thousands of soldiers following behind also fell to the ground at the same time. It was as if they had been struck by some sort of mass hypnosis. All of them fell in unison without uttering any word. Huh? What's going on? Why? Naturally, everyone on our side was confused at the sudden turn of events. Everyone had been expecting to engage in a fierce battle, but the enemy suddenly fell to the ground on their own just before they reached us. I quickly activated magic vision to check the flow of magic among the enemy soldiers. There was no sign of that dark purple energy, which meant the mind manipulation had been undone. Kai, this is... Yeah, there was only reason why the mental manipulation suddenly came undone. The death of the caster. In other words, the Crown Prince had died. But why? Why all of a sudden? Maybe his magic went berserk? Or maybe he had gotten so weak to the point he couldn't maintain the mind manipulation anymore? But why now? Ugh. You are ugh. Wow. Where am I? Wow, what is this? I was supposed to be sound asleep in the dorm. This is... Adolf-sama. Where are you, Adolf-sama? Now that their consciousness had returned, the Imperial soldiers descended into chaos of confusion. Even their commander, Gring, had no idea why they were here either. Kai-sama, what should we do? Kirill, the leader of the Resistance's army, asked me. I simply stared at the enemy. The most plausible answer would be to kill the Imperial soldiers. Most of them had their fair share of horrendous deeds. They had contributed greatly to the royal family's vile plans. Killing them wouldn't do us any harm. Let's stick to the plan. But there's a chance they might leave this area, so everyone should be ready to get out of the forest at any moment. Kai-san. I was giving out instructions when a startled cry came from Alwyn. Her eyes were wide open as she pointed upwards. I looked in the direction she indicated, above. In contrast to the bloody battlefield, there should be the clear blue sky above, but the blue sky was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a meteor. A massive meteor. A dark purple mass, hurling toward the enemy at an incredible speed. The Imperial soldiers, who had just regained their consciousness, could only stare in shock at the sight. Instinctively, I immediately threw my arms wide and rushed forward. Alwyn, near, shield. Why yes, got it. The meteor showed no sign of slowing down. We quickly cast defensive magic enveloping the entire forest, where our comrades were. Dome-shaped shield covered our comrades. Right after that, a series of agonizing screams echoed through the air. An unbelievable earthquake and deafening roar shook the entire world. Chapter 104, A Strong Enemy. A catastrophe. That would be the most fitting word to describe the sight before me. It was truly a catastrophe. I instinctively blocked the incoming meteor with a shield, and in an instant, the surroundings area had already turned into a charred wasteland. The lush vegetation was completely blown away by the impact, and in just a matter of seconds, hundreds of Imperial soldiers were annihilated. It happened so suddenly and overwhelming that I couldn't help but laugh. What a terrifying power. Then, he appeared. A monster, twice the size of an adult man, with bulging muscles under his skin and sharp yellow eyes gleaming with pure menace. The monster stepped through the pile of blood and shattered body parts. Kai. This is fate, that guy said. Of course, I didn't trust in the so-called fate the monster kept spewing about. I glanced behind me. The moment the guide appeared, the girls immediately understood what was happening. They had already gathered behind me. Nia, Chloe, Alwyn, Brian and me, Giri. This is an order. Gather the surviving soldiers and return to our base immediately. But Kai-sama, there's no need to add more unnecessary sacrifices. You saw it earlier, didn't you? That thing is on a completely different level than the Crown Prince. Indeed. Perhaps because Kirill had just witnessed the sight of hundreds of people turning to dust in an instant with her very eyes, Kirill couldn't say anything in return. Fear was clearly written on the faces of the resistance members behind her as well. Judging from their condition, it would be impossible for them to fight against the guide properly. Not to mention, I didn't have the confidence to fight that thing while protecting this many people. My instinct was telling me that thing was strong. Probably stronger than both me and Nya. Understood, Kirill said, while biting her lower lip. Her fists were trembling. She was grieving for her lack of power. I gave her a wry smile and waved my hand. See you. Instead of responding, Kirill issued the order to retreat in a loud voice to the other leaders of the resistance. The guide watched it all. Then, the corners of his torn mouth were curled up into a smile. Not a very enjoyable outcome, isn't it? What do you mean? All of those people are supposed to die too. What? What are you? But then, the guide suddenly vanished before me. Sensing the flow of magic, I quickly looked up. There. The guide was flying in the cloudy sky. A huge amount of magic was concentrated into his fist, creating a massive purple flame. A bit earlier than my plan, but oh well. The massive ball of purple flame was about to fly toward Kirill and the others. And then, Kai-sama. Who? The moment I sensed something bad was about to happen, I immediately jumped into the air and managed to block the thing's fist mid-air. Magic collided with magic, creating a palpable shockwave. Although I had blocked his fist with both of my hands were still tingling painfully. It was as if my palms were being burned. So you can block this, huh? As expected from a human who broke through dimension. TCH. What are you all doing? Move. All of you. Yes. The fear of dying kicked in. They knew they would die had they stayed there even a second longer. All members of the resistance began fleeing at lightning speed. On the other side, I was still gripping the guide's fist. The guide smirked while staring at them. You fight for the sake of protecting people like them? You're like a hero. Ha. Are you kidding me? You don't know anything about humans. No human wants to watch someone die right in front of them. In other words, I'm just acting based on my instinct. What I really want to protect is something else. Ooh. Like the girls behind you, perhaps? Spoiler alert. You can't protect them. Then, let me tell you something. Smirking, I said to him. Behind you. What? A massive sword made from bone was protruding beneath the dark, ominous storm clouds. It was Nia's magic. Turning my attention to the forest, I saw Nia clasping her hands together. She was demonstrating her full power after receiving buffs from Alwyn. This was the skill she had when she was the final boss of the game. A spell that only those who stood at the pinnacle of dark magic could use. Deathbringer. The colossal demon sword, which was large enough to cover the sky, swung down toward the guide. He tried to dodge. His yellow eyes were flashing, but he was too naive. I immediately lunged at him from the front. Wow, he probably didn't expect I'd engage in a close-quarters fight. Hence why he failed to react on time. My magic-infused uppercut landed perfectly on his jaw. His jaw was really hard. It was as if I was hitting a stone. I couldn't stop myself from grimacing in pain. Kyaha. The guide retaliated. He sent me flying to the ground by kicking me. The pain was so excruciatingly painful that I couldn't breathe for a moment. My vision was spinning around. This was the first time I had been hit like this since I came to this world. Ga. Ha. Ha. Kai. I could hear Chloe calling me from afar. I put my hands on the spot the guide had kicked me and almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through me. My ribs were definitely broken from that kick. Cough, cough. Ha. At least, I must have broken 2 or 3 ribs. I had never experienced something this painful before. I was struggling to catch my breath, but still. The situation was still in our favor. While I was trying to distract myself from the pain, the bone sword Nia had summoned was flying toward the guide with several magic arrows accompanying it. Wind blast. Floating in the air, the guide was swallowed by the intensity of Nia and Brian's magic. An explosion that shook the ground tore through the world. Yuah? Kai. A tornado was formed from the impact, sweeping through the area. I could hear Alwyn scream while Chloe was searching for me in great panic. Eventually, the massive explosion that had nearly blown us along subsided. I looked up at the still cloudy sky. There, in the middle of the sky, Fu. What? Why? There was the guide. He was still floating in the sky, completely unharmed. Chloe, who had arrived beside me, could only stand there. We were both speechless. No one could have predicted this outcome. After all, we had attacked the guide with everything we had. I sighed while pressing my hand against my broken ribs. Getting a happy ending is not easy. Chapter 105, Overwhelming Strength. The guide thought to himself. If he kept taking hits like this, even he would eventually break down. Their movements were much more coordinated than he had anticipated, making them a threat he couldn't afford to underestimate. But there's no way they can keep using magic spells of that caliber all the time. I still have the upper hands. Even if this boy was someone who had broken through dimension, he was still the guide. A being born solely to correct the distortions in fate and guide the world back to its predestined future. His power defied all conventions and laws. The feeble struggles of the doomed ones were nowhere enough to defeat him. However, that guy is an extremely anomalous existence. Better be safe than sorry. Kai was glowering at him. The boy's eyes were burning with intense fury. There was undeniable bloodlust in his gaze. The same murderous intent could be seen in the 5 girls standing beside him. Let's start by taking care of the nuisance around him. Eliminating all variables was crucial for the guide's goal. Now that he had decided on his next course of action, the guide immediately descended to the ground and set his sights on Alwyn, the priest possessing troublesome holy powers and buffs. His chances of victory would rise significantly if he could take her out of the equation. Alwyn, TCH. The guide appeared in front of Alwyn in the blink of an eye, moving so fast that even Brian's sharp eyes couldn't keep up with his movement. Chloe rushed to Alwyn's side, but faced with the sudden enemy, Alwyn stood frozen in shock. In the next moment, the guide raised his hand to strike her down, but a kick came from the side. The guide staggered for a brief moment. The kick landed precisely on the back of his neck. The one who delivered the kick was none other than Kai. "You're annoyingly fast," Kai cursed under his breath while still clutching his broken ribs, and yet, the guide didn't falter for a moment. His yellow eyes still gleaming threateningly. The monster spread his massive hand to conjure a swirling sphere of dark magic. Without any hesitation, the guide slammed the sphere into the ground. A deafening explosion shook the ground. Dust billowing into the air, obscuring their vision. Kai clutched the spot where his ribs had broken, cursing under his breath. Yet, the guide didn't falter for a moment, his yellow eyes gleaming. The monster spread its massive hand, conjuring a swirling sphere of dark magic. Without hesitation, it slammed the sphere into the ground. A deafening explosion roared, dust billowing into the air, obscuring their vision. Chloe. "The two of you!" Sensing the impending danger, Kai shouted. But before he could finish his sentence, a dull thud echoed in the area, followed by a girl's scream. It was Alwyn's voice. The cloud of dust dissipated and they saw white holy particles floating in the air. Alwyn was blown far into the distance. Looking at the particles, the guide spoke. "What an impressive priest." She sensed the danger within that split second and tried to protect herself with a shield made from holy power. She has good reflexes, but her magic is not strong enough. You bastard! Brian's eyes burned in fury as she conjured magic arrows and shot it at the guide in fast, successive motion. Over 10 magic arrows hurtled toward the guide at astonishing speed. Hey! But as if he had predicted it all, the guide lightly jumped to the side, dodging 5 arrows, and then, he twisted his neck and legs to evade the rest. It was an absolutely inhuman move. He was defying the laws of physics, causing Brian's jaw to drop in shock. And on the battlefield, a moment of hesitation could lead to defeat! Chloe reacted instantly. She could read the guide's next move. She swung her knife down and 2 blades struck the guide's arm, who was about to attack Brian. Or so it seemed. What the heck? The knives, which should have pierced through the guide's hand, simply snapped with a sharp crack. The blades were worthless in front of the guide. Without a word, the guide grabbed Brian's body and hurled her far into the distance. The force in that throw was so great that Brian broke several trees in the motion before she lost consciousness. All I did was concentrating my magic power in my arm. What a pitiful assassin! The guide reached his arm to grab Chloe by the neck, but suddenly, the space around him darkened. Looking up, the guide saw a large, black sphere, resembling a meteor, descending rapidly toward him. The meteor resembled the meteor he had summoned earlier. The black sphere was filled with intense force and it was really fast too. The one conjuring it was Nya. "I will never forgive you." With her red eyes glowing, Nya drew out every ounce of her magic power. Seizing the moment when the guide momentarily let his guard down, Kai took Chloe into his arms. Instead of responding to her, Kai just held onto Chloe tightly and quickly distanced himself from the guide. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted. The ground was shaking, as if a big earthquake was happening. Or so it should be. Instead, the massive black sphere, which was descending with the force to annihilate anything in its path, came to a sudden stop in the guide's outstretched palm. Nya's eyes widened in disbelief. Shortly after, cracks began to form in the enormous sphere, and a raging storm of magic energy surged with the guide at the center. Ugh! Neo! The sphere exploded and Chloe, unable to move due to the violent tempest, could only scream in despair, while Kai rushed toward Neo. However, the swirling particles of black magic that filled the air obscured his vision. By the time he realized it, Neo was already lying at the guide's feet. Neo. Neo was lying there. Neo. She was lying there. She's not dead. Neither do the other girls. I didn't kill them on purpose. Something began to leak from the depths of Kai's heart. His eyes widened, teetering on the edge of madness. Taking another knife, Chloe moved behind the guide. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. She moved at a speed that even Kai couldn't follow. However, the guide's yellow eyes glimmered before he effortlessly blocked the knife with his palm. Once again, the blade of the knife shattered. The guide's hand remained unscathed. With a powerful swing of his arm, the guide sent Chloe flying. See? I didn't kill her either. Everyone was incapacitated. Nia, Chloe, Brian, and Alwyn, all of them. The former members of the hero party and the rebel group had all been incapacitated. None of them could inflict a single scratch on the monster before them. In the forest, where trees were broken apart and violent winds scattered debris around, only Kai and the guide remained. This is fate, oh, the one who has broken through dimensions. Accept the fate of this world. The guide's mind was devoid of any emotion. Standing before Kai, whose eyes were still filled with murderous intent, the guide repeated the word fate. Chapter 106, Filled with Light. The monster in front of me was clearly a being from another dimension. In just 10 minutes, all of my comrades had fallen to the ground, completely incapacitated. I already knew the monster was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Anger was welling up within me. I wanted to lose all my rationality and just go on a rampage right here and there. I wanted to destroy everything around me. I took everything in me to stay calm. After all, lashing out right now wouldn't be beneficial for us. I had to defeat this thing first. Are you still holding on to hope? He asked. His voice was devoid of any emotions. I answered him. Someone like you won't understand the instinct of humans. You are really something. Do you think you can win against me? Just look at your situation. Who knows? But, this is fate, right? This world is destined for a happy ending, where I and everyone else are saved from their misery. You're the one who told me that. Upon hearing my words, the guide made a visibly displeased face. The scene it had showed me before still lingered in my mind. A sight where everyone was living happily. Everyone was smiling. There was no way I would abandon that fate. Rest assured. I won't kill you right away. I'm going to beat you until you're about to die. Then, I will take out your comrades one by one. Let us see just how wonderful humans' hope really is in that situation. My anger flared up like a blazing fire. My body was engulfed in fury. Seeing my reaction, the guide lifted the corner of his torn mouth into a smirk. You're really an interesting human. I will kill you. Go ahead and try. Right at that moment, a wave of magic power combusted. Dark purple particles collided, creating an incredible tempest. My arm tingled from the impact, but I knew I mustn't lose focus just because of that. With every surge of anger, I forced myself to think. Think. How could I win this? What should I do to win this? You're pretty fast. TCH. Die already. I manifested my magic power into the shape of a sword and swung it toward the monster. The guide blocked my attack with one hand while trying to kick me with his fist. Already anticipating that move, I jumped and turned my body to get behind him. The kick I had launched on his neck earlier was effective. His neck might be his weak point. However, my sword was once again blocked by his palm. He grabbed my blade tightly. Sensing that he was about to send me flying again, I released the sword from my hand and stepped back. The sword made from my magic disintegrated into dust. The guide was way too fast. I couldn't afford to lose focus, even for a second. I would die if I failed to keep up with his speed. Tch. I placed one hand against my ribs. My broken ribs were still throbbing in pain. I tried to mitigate the pain by using the healing skill I had taken from Alwyn. Think. What should I do? Attacking him with a big move wouldn't be effective. I was at a disadvantage in close combat, but if I tried to engage in a long-distance fight with him, he would close the gap in an instant. What fighting style would be the most advantageous for me? Just how could I? I was deep in my thought when, I saw it. I didn't miss it. The guide's eyes flickered for a split second. His gaze was fixed on my hand, to be precise, the hand that was imbued with holy magic. Holy magic is the counter to dark magic. Which means I might have found a clue. I withdrew my hand from my chest and turned my attention to the guide again. The guide had an incredulous look on his face, as if he didn't expect I would be able to wield holy magic despite the nature of my magic. However, I had no obligation to explain that to him. The only thing that mattered to me was to kill that thing right here and there. I conjured another magic sword into my hand. Purple particles scattered about and I took a deep breath before I closed the distance between us in the next second. Startled by my sudden move, the guide instinctively took a step back. I seized that opportunity and swung my sword at it. My attack pattern was unbelievably simple. I could understand why the guide scoffed at me. He easily gripped my blade again, but my main weapon wasn't the sword. My true weapon was my fist. My fist was glowing in a yellow light, not a dark purple glow. I immediately released my sword and focused my power into my right hand. I swung my fist, which was charged with holy energy. I slammed it into his chest. In an instant, the guide's skin was literally torn apart from the impact. My punch was proven to be effective. The guide was sent flying. He only came to a stop after breaking several trees in his path. I clenched and unclenched my right fist a few times while thinking about the situation so far. I had found a good way to fight him, but holy magic wasn't my forte. I didn't have enough holy power within me to defeat him and I couldn't use this technique repeatedly either. I needed to target his weak point. I had to aim for his vital point. It was clear to see a long battle would put me at a significant disadvantage. How can you use that magic when you have the power of a demon? Hey. Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm your Grim Reaper? Don't mess with me. My enemy rushed at me like a storm. I took a moment to steady my breath before summoning my sword once more. From here on out, anything I did would be a gamble. A do-or-die battle. Just die and let fate guide you, you monster. You're the monster here. A dizzying clash of swords erupted. I dodged his kick right at the last moment and plunged my sword into its arm. I didn't stop there. I used my sword as a pivot center to maneuver my body behind him. He tried to punch me with his arm, but I immediately parried his arm with the sword I had pulled out and I aimed for his neck. However, before my blade could touch him, he already shot a black sphere toward me. That was the magic he had used to defeat Alwyn. I immediately concentrated my magic power to barely evade his attack, but I still took a knee strike to my face. My body was floating in the air. A violent dizziness and nausea washed over me like a raging wave. He broke more bones and I could feel my consciousness begin to fade. But I couldn't give in. I couldn't. I must not lose. If I had time to writhe in pain, I might as well use the time to think about my next move. Bit down on my lower lip hard enough to draw blood and concentrated my magic power into my right hand. My fist darkened while the guide conjured a double-edged sword to try to skewer my floating body with it. Seeing that, I laughed. My fist collided with the tip of his sword, creating a surge of furious wind and swirling particles of magic energy. The impact sent me flying and as soon as I landed, I placed both hands on the ground. The guide immediately charged at me like a wild beast, not giving me a chance to recuperate. An explosion erupted between us. I had forcibly channeled my magic power into the ground, causing the earth right in front of me to explode. Dust and debris rose into the air and I activated my magic vision. He was Over there. Clenching my fist, I lunged at the guide. This time, my fist didn't glow in the dark. It was glowing in a yellow hue, overflowing with holy power. I forced my body to move, even though the pain from the broken bones were making me feel dizzy. His weak point. His weak point. The heart. You eat this. An explosion erupted between us again. His skin was torn apart from my fist, and within that moment, I saw it. I saw a cube inside his body. A part of his body was exposed because of my fist. The cube reminded me of the cube that the Crown Prince had used. AIGH? Cough. Cough. But my shoulder was suddenly gripped by him. He was crushing my bones with his grip, and so, I twisted my body out of reflex. After the cloud of dust dissipated, I could see it. A literal Grim Reaper was standing before me. I've got you now, monster! Exclamation mark. I tried to create a distance between us, but my effort was in vain. He lifted me up and slammed me onto the ground. UGH? Before I could scream in pain, he punched me in the stomach. His fist, which was infused with strong magic power, crushed my insides. I coughed up black blood in return. Arg. Gag. My vision was spinning, but I could saw his heart slowly covered with newly regenerated skin. The glowing white rube was once again buried beneath his flesh, disappearing from my sight. The onslaught of violence didn't stop there. He slammed his fist to my face and shredded one of my arms with a magic orb. Excruciating pain surged through me. The pain was so intense that I almost fainted from the pain. Blood was flowing out of my body like a broken dam. ARGH. But I still didn't give up. With my remaining working hand, I summoned something sharp and long, but he quickly grabbed my wrist. He once again threw me flying. I managed to concentrate magic power in my body to avoid death, but I was dying now. I was laying face down on the ground. I could only raise my neck ever so slightly to stare at the guide. The monster with glowing yellow eyes looked at me incredulously. You're so stubborn. Cough. Cough. Although you're already beaten to pulp, with one arm destroyed and your insides ruptured, you're still aiming for my heart? I've seen many people in my life, but I've never encountered anyone like you. Shit. I will be honest. I was planning to toy with me, but that wouldn't be right. Not against someone like you. I will put you out of your misery soon. He conjured another double-edged sword in his hand. I could only watch from the ground as the sword took a solid shape. Is this how it ends? Is this really the end? My consciousness was engulfed in despair. No. I can't let it end like this. I have to protect them. I don't give a damn about the fate of this world. I need to protect them. I need to protect Nya, Chloe, Real, Alwyn and Brian. Move. Move. Move, 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 move. I'm still alive, right? Then move. Move. I'm not dead yet. Ha. Ha 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 ha. You're really something else. Die, you monster. The guide swung the sword down and I immediately concentrated all the remaining magic power I had into my back. But, before his sword could pierce through my body, my vision was engulfed in light. A very bright light filled my whole vision. I could hear familiar voices echoing in the distance. Kai-sama, Kai-sama. Magic unit. Do not let that thing escape. The rest, gather Hiro-sama in one place. Quickly. Priests. Hurry up. Heal Kai-sama. Quickly. It was the voice of the members of the resistance, who should have returned to our base. Chapter 107. Bonds. Due to the onslaught of large-scale holy magic, the guide had to retreat quite far back. Taking advantage of this opening, the leader of the resistance came to check up on along with several priests. Kai-sama. Your left arm. We will try to buy as much time as we can, so the priest. Please focus on healing Kai-sama. You. What are you all doing here? I said. I couldn't stop the shock from showing on my face upon seeing the sudden appearance of the resistance. What are you all doing here? You saw it yourself, didn't you? That thing was able to wipe the entirety of the Empire's army with a single blow. Why didn't you return to the city? Because there's no way we could stand a chance against the monster that the heroes couldn't defeat. A familiar voice. A familiar face. The healing magic gradually returned my consciousness back. I soon realized the person standing before me was Kirill, the resistance leader who should have received my order to retreat. In any case, we'll all die if we don't defeat that thing right here and now. So, isn't it better for us to support Hero Sama instead? It's better to die fighting than to die running. And, here, Kirill pulled out a small glass vial from her pouch while smiling. Real Sama prepared this. It's a special elixir made exclusively for Kai-sama and the others. You won't be able to find this in the market. We happened to run into Real Sama when we were retreating. Real. I thought she's taking refuge in the city. After seeing the huge explosion that wiped the Imperial Army clean, Real Sama couldn't stand still anymore. We barely managed to stop her from coming to the forest. In exchange for that, she gave us this elixir. Real was smart. She knew that she wouldn't be able to do anything much on the battlefield. And yet, she still tried to come here, ignoring the danger. I guess I was really precious to her. Thank you. I will take it with me. Yes. With my still functioning right hand, I took the elixir and gulped it down in one go. In an instant, I could feel a surge of energy rushing through my veins. The pain subsided and my mind cleared. The priests, who were treating me, were staring at me with their eyes wide open. They were astonished at how quickly my wounds were healing. Thank you. That should be enough. I'm fine now, so please take care of the others instead. But Kai-sama, thanks to all of your hard work, I can move my left arm now. I'll be okay, I said to the priests before scanning my surroundings. Nia and the others were being carried to a large tree, where several mages had put up a massive barrier while the priests tried to heal them with healing magic. Thanks to their joint efforts, the girls were slowly regaining their consciousness. That guy has a material cube embedded in his body. Sighing, I continued my explanation to Kirill. It's the same kind of cube that was in Coltz's body. That cube must be the source of their regeneration ability, but unfortunately the cube is protected between his tough skin. We need to aim for the heart, where the cube is. The heart. Understood. Yeah. Standing up, I took in the scene before me. A few brave souls had charged toward the guide, but they were struck down by the double-edged sword. Blood sprayed everywhere as their life perished. The guide, with an expressionless face like usual, continued slaughtering the incoming resistance's army while keeping his eyes on me. Although the guide had been attacked by the magic spell from the magic unit, his body still remained unscathed. The guide continued massacring the soldier, like he was toying with their lives. Kill. I need to kill it. No matter what it takes. Kirill, there's something I need to ask from you. Yes. Anything. I want to test something out. Can you go over there and tell Nia and the others my plan? I will be the one to kill that guy. Yes. The guide's yellow eyes began to shine again and a purple explosion erupted in the battlefield. Bit by bit, the guide kept getting closer to us. The guide couldn't be stopped, even with the priest's holy magic and the soldiers' desperate struggle. Soon enough, Kirill rushed to where Nia and the others were gathering after receiving my full explanation. I took another deep breath. All right. Let's do this. I need to kill him, even if it costs me my life. Ugh. Arg. Deeeeee. You shitty monster. Arg. The guide couldn't understand. He genuinely didn't understand it. The eyes of the humans that came rushing to him were filled with fears. Not a single exception. They knew that they would die if they came to him, and yet, they still fought and jumped straight into the darkness of death. This contradiction was confusing. That being said, these humans were fated to die anyway. And so, the guide continued eliminating the humans that came to him. He was merely moving mechanically, just trying to carry out his duty. He was just trying to fulfill the reason for his existence. In the distance, he could see Kai glaring his way. That boy's eyes were burning with fury, fully intended to burn the guide to ashes. His tattered left arm had healed and he seemed able to move normally now. What a monster, the guide thought to himself. However, this was the end. He didn't need to hold back anymore. It's that thing from earlier. The one from earlier. He dispelled the double-edged magic sword. That thing was nothing more than a playful distraction while he waited for Kai to recover. He jumped into the air, attempting to summon the same meteor that had turned the Imperial Army to dust in an instant. He formed a small sphere in his arms and tossed it into the sky. He concentrated his magic power into that ball and soon enough, the blue sky was shrouded in darkness again. This magic was a skill that required a considerable amount of magic power and energy, even for the guide. However, the guide decided he didn't want to play around anymore. When facing an opponent worthy of him, the guide knew he had to properly guide them to their death with respect. Now, what will you do? Can you defend against this magic spell? The guide muttered to himself as he stared down at Kai, who was standing on the ground. Now, show me. What will you do? This wasn't something that Kai could defend against. Even though Kai's wound had healed, but the magic power he had used wouldn't return. The magic power inside Kai's body must have decreased significantly during their little fight earlier. Logically speaking, Kai would also fall victim to his magic, turning to dust just like everyone else. However, Kai jumped into the sky. He rose to the top of the trees, soaring high into the air. His red eyes were shining brightly despite the impending doom. The guide's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect this. He immediately assumed a combat stance, but Kai's target was not the guide. It was the sphere! Kai conjured a black magic spear with one hand and threw it at the sphere without any hesitation. The black spear was glowing ever so faintly before piercing the sphere. The collision caused the sphere to explode. A deafening roar shook the world. Wow! Kai had mixed a bit of holy power attribute into the spear. He deliberately let the spear touch the core of the sphere to make it explode in the sky. The guide landed on the ground with a soft thud. He stared at his enemy with a bewildered expression on his face. On the other hand, his enemy was watching him with a cold, merciless gaze. Kai's red eyes were burning with fury. I do have to admit, you have an excellent combat skill, demon. Well, although I may look like this, but I'm considered a pretty skilled player back in my original world, Kai said half-jokingly with a confident smile on his face. Of course, the guide didn't understand what Kai meant. He didn't know that Kai was talking about the game, the time before you broke through dimensions. Yes, that's right. Before I came to this world. You are an outsider and yet, you're trying to save this world. Why? Because there are things in this world that didn't exist in my original world. Footsteps were echoing all around, gradually growing louder as the scattered soldiers regrouped. The leaders positioned themselves at the forefront, ready to command. The heroes, who had regained their consciousness thanks to the extensive healing magic, stepped forward. Clear, unyielding determination could be seen on their faces. Nia, Chloe, Brian, Alwyn. All of the girls who had been entangled together in the gears of fate. All of them were gathering behind Chi, standing tall and proud. Just like their leader, Kai, all of them were gazing ahead with unwavering determination. Hey, seeing all the pawns gathering in one place, the guide smiled. And what is this something that doesn't exist in your original world but exists in this world? Bonds, Kai answered as a matter of factly before he continued on. Some people also say bonds are the essence of happiness itself. Chapter 108, Caught You. The guide's expressionless face now showed a hint of surprise. I looked at the four people behind me and the soldiers following them. I never expected things would turn out in this way, but I felt like I wouldn't lose even though I had been pushed to the very brink just a moment ago. I was certain I could win. Everyone, you heard it, right? I was asking if they had heard my plan from Kirill. I asked quietly, in a voice low enough so only four of them could hear me. Nia, Chloe, Alwyn and Brian immediately nodded at my question. I turned my attention back to the guide. His face had reverted to his usual expressionless face as he stared at me. His eyes spoke volumes. He wouldn't just knock me out, like he had done before. He was going to kill me for real this time. Alwyn. Yes, the final battle was about to begin. The moment Alwyn heard my voice, she clasped her hands together and began chanting. Before long, large-scale holy magic was cast on everyone, including myself, making our bodies feel lighter. I had asked her to use the highest level of buffs she could muster right now. After receiving buffs from Alwyn, Brian readied her bow magic unit. Kill that guy. Together with Brian's armor, the leader of the resistance shouted, and a barrage of various spells covered the sky. Fire, ice, wind, and light. Magic of different colors and attributes mixed together. All of the spells were launched together alongside Brian's arrow towards the guide. Gungna magic unit. The guide's eyes widened at the barrage of magic covering the whole sky. The whole area was jam-packed with magic, seemingly leaving no room to escape. Soon, his vision was engulfed by light, and then a massive explosion erupted. The ground shook, and dust rose from where he had been standing. I immediately activated my magic vision to check if he was still alive. He's still alive. Don't let your guard down. He's still alive. Above us, I shouted, and everyone's gaze shifted to the sky. The guide's body emerged from within the black smoke. He was in shambles. His muscles were torn and he was covered in black blood. And yet, despite his battered state, he was still glaring at us with his glowing yellow eyes and charged in. In his hands that looked like the hand of an evil spirit, a sphere formed of swirling magic power was taking shape. What was worse? His target was not us. He was targeting our rear side, where the magic unit and the priests were gathered. I rushed over in an instant, trying to shield those in the back. But just as the sphere was about to reach us, he suddenly let out a shriek. Gah! Blood spurted from the arm holding the magic sphere. I hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped the situation and looked at Chloe. Chloe was approaching me with a superior cube in his hand. It was the artifact I had given her before, the artifact that could connect spaces. It seemed by using that pendant, Chloe had swung a knife at the guide from a distance, slicing the guide's arm. It was nothing short of a divine feat. I didn't think she would be able to accurately pinpoint his position within those tense moments. I stood there, impressed at Chloe, and she smiled confidently at me. However, our battle was still far from over. Priests. Now's your chance. I could hear Alwyn shouting from afar. The startled priests exchanged glances before nodding to each other. They then placed their hands on the ground. Soon after, a massive barrier took shape, followed by a glowing yellow magic circle covering the earth. Blessing Aria. The dome-shaped barrier, infused with divine power, formed directly over the ground where the guide had fallen on. Within the prison formed from opposing magic attributes, the guide let out a voice filled with agony. His body, veins bulging, slowly began to burn as if being seared. Yet, even in that state, he refused to give up. He mustered all his remaining strength and swung his fists, pounding against the barrier walls wildly. Gah! But even though the guide was only pounding the barrier with brute force, I could see the priests trembling violently in return. We didn't have many priests in the first place. Their strength to maintain the barrier was reaching its limit. Kai-san. At this rate, Alwyn shouted, looking frustrated. Her voice was strained as she desperately held her ground. Just like she said, the glass-like barrier was cracking under the guide's relentless assault. The barrier could shatter at any moment now. Which meant, this was our time to act. Kha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The guide's laughter rang out loudly, as if he found this situation genuinely amusing. Soon enough, the yellow barrier completely shattered. The monster yelled again as he flew back into the air. This is truly amusing. But this is the end for all of you. No. The guide's body was already on the process of regenerating. The burned skin was getting repaired, and the copious amounts of black blood that had been flowing from his body started to vanish little by little. However, I shook my head and raised my index finger. Above you. Then, the sight of a black reaper entered the guide's vision. The demonic spirit that Nia had summoned soared through the air, hitting the guide with its fist. The fists, which were infused with pure, powerful magic, delivered a horrifying amount of force to the guide. The block hit him square in the face and he was slammed into the ground. With a dull thud, his body was embedded into the ground. Now's the time, I thought to myself. The situation had been proceeding just as I had hoped. Although he could regenerate and possessed overwhelming strength, he wasn't invincible by any means. Most importantly, if I could just pull out the cube embedded in that heart, he wouldn't be able to regenerate. Taking out the cube would make him significantly weaker. I ran to extract the cube embedded in his heart. I ran to end everything. However, I felt something was off midway. I immediately stopped dead in my tracks. Before long, a gigantic creeper appeared before us. An evil spirit, several times larger than Nia's, was looking down at me. What is that? I could hear the terrified voices of my companions from behind. The guide looked down at me with an emotionless face and said, I told you, didn't I? This is the end. It was fun while it lasted. Then, the massive evil spirit formed a double-edged sword and pointed its tip at me. I'll remember you all. Not as mere pests interfering with my mission, but as worthy enemies. Wah! Kai! Nia screamed my name louder than ever before, but I had no time to respond. With a push sound, something inside of me was being torn apart. It was the sound of something being pierced through, skewered. I could feel a hole being opened up in my body, followed by an intense pain coursing through every part of me. Arg! The tip of the massive double-edged sword pierced through me. I coughed up blood from my mouth. All I could see was the sword, ignited in a purple blaze. Farewell, Kai. I could hear everyone's voices from a distance. Screams, shock, and voices soaked in sorrow. My consciousness began to blur, and the thread that connected me to life started to fray. The spirit sword controlled by the guide drove deeper into my body. Arg! More dark red blood flowed out from my body. I could feel my consciousness growing weak and the memories of the past came rushing back. But, ha! I started to laugh. Ha ha ha. Wow! The guide's eyes widened as he floated in the sky. I began to laugh again as I gripped the blade of the sword with my trembling hands. I had sworn in my heart I would defeat it, even if it cost me my life. And this situation couldn't be more perfect for me to fulfill that wish. I caught you now, you bastard. I looked up at him as I spat out more blood from my mouth. This is the end. I drew up all the magic power coursing through my body and then I showed the best smile I could muster to him. Chapter 109, The End. I possessed two unique skills when I came to this world. The dignity of a sovereign. A skill that nullified all mental attacks, and the other one was one who stands at the boundary, a skill that absorbs all magic power. Arg! My body was pierced by a sword. A sharp pain was shooting through me. I could have easily died hadn't my body been infused with magic power. I desperately circulated the magic within me, barely managing to keep my consciousness intact. I was driven with both pure obsession and stubbornness. Wow! My magic power. A madness born from an intense desire to protect, one that refuses to give up on the future, even after my mouth was smeared with my own blood. The blade I held onto began to fade away little by little. A storm of swirling black magic enveloped me. The guide's magic power, which was of a different nature than the magic within me, flowed steadily into me. Excruciating headache and dizziness almost made me topple forward, but I pressed on. From a distance, I could hear Nia's voice. She was calling out to me. No. Just like before, this was the loudest I ever heard her scream. Nia rushed toward me, and the guide manipulated the evil spirit under his control to try to pull the sword that was still embedded in my body. You crazy bastard! Could it be that you did this on purpose? You were luring me to attack you? Cough. Gah. To prevent his magic power from being absorbed by me, the guide tried to distance himself from me as hard as he could. The evil spirit let the sword go. The guide tried to get away from me, but before he could do that, I immediately rushed forward. The sword plunged even deeper, cutting my body just below my heart. Blood poured out even more from my body and my head felt like it was going to explode from the excruciating pain. But I didn't mind it. If I could protect everyone in exchange for my life, then if I could end everything with my life as the price, then do you not cherish your life at all? You crazy bastard. The guide's face was etched with fear and shock, maybe because I always had a smile on my face as I closed the distance between us. No, maybe it was because his body was gradually shrinking. I rewrote the rising nausea from the torrent of magic energy with a roar. Although I had spurted a copious amount of blood, but I still absorbed the immense amount of magic power from the guide's body to mine. The amount of magic was beyond anything I had before. The guide summoned evil spirit and his own body shrank to about half its size and I finally jumped into the air. This jump almost drained all my strength. The double-edged sword embedded in my body was getting absorbed by me, transformed into black magic power. I forced myself to conjure a sword from the magic I had absorbed and made my weakened arm hold the sword tightly. Cough, cough. Die, you bastard. Just drop dead already. This was definitely a suicidal attack. The guide immediately dispelled the evil spirit and formed another sphere in his palm, but the size of the sphere was significantly smaller than before. I readied my sword. I aimed for his heart, the material cube nestled within. This single strike would completely erase his existence from this world. A colossal sword, large enough to cover the sky, was gripped in my palm. It was the final blow I had created by infusing the absorbed magic power from the guide and all the remaining magic within my body. I aimed the sword forward. The sword pierced and penetrated his heart. I watched as the guide's eyes widened in shock. Demon. You demon! The guide screamed and nothing else reached my ears. I was enveloped with light. Yes. I was enveloped with bright light as I stabbed the guide deeper with my sword. The only sensation remaining was the sensation of the sword in my hand exploding. After dazzling light, everything turned pitch black. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by an endless abyss and a gate. Beyond the gate, I could see the reality. The world I had originated from. Had everything ended? Had I truly protected them? Nia, Chloe, Real, Brian, Alwyn and all the resistance members and the townspeople. Did I protect them successfully? I couldn't tell if I had succeeded or failed in this soundless world. A new guide will not appear. I stared intently at the gate and a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind me. This was the voice of my enemy. I turned around, but I couldn't make out the figure of the guide within this darkness. His body was gradually disintegrating, turning to dust piece by piece. I am the law of the world. I'm the will of the dimension. The one who oversees all timelines. A new guide will not appear. Is everyone safe? My voice echoed clearly, steady and unbroken. It was unmistakably my own. The guide, still expressionless, gazed at me as he responded. To think a mere human will can rewrite fate. You, who have broken through dimension. The one who stands at the boundary of the timelines. Make your choice. The guide said and a new gate appeared. I instinctively knew where the new gate led. It was the world where everyone was. The world I should return to. Why do I have a choice? I'm supposed to die already, right? If you enter that world, you will understand why. Silence ensued. The guide, now reduced to only his upper body, continued to stare at me. The rest of his body had already disintegrated and yet, his face remained as expressionless as ever. Can I ask you something? Yes. Why are you being so kind to me? You weren't able to fulfill the mission given to you because of me. You even explained everything so kindly to me. What are you after this time? I am going to die. That fact should be obvious, but I didn't expect him to say that. My eyes widened in surprise. Ignoring my reaction, he continued speaking. The sole reason for my existence is to maintain the order of the world, but soon, I will die. Bound by duty. I will die soon, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to go against the rule for a little bit during my final moment. When the guide is gone, the fate of each world will start to go awry again. Well, perhaps a new guide will be born to replace me, but with the worlds scattered as they are, it will be impossible to control everything. In other words, this is my personal favor to you. I'm explaining it to you out of the graciousness of my whim. Only his head remained. The hideous monster's face was floating in the darkness, but for the first time ever, his face relaxed into a genuine smile. Then, at the very end of his life, the guide. It was fun, Kai. Leaving only those words behind, the guide disappeared completely. Phew. Once again, I was left alone within this dark space. I let out a deep sigh. Then, I began to walk slowly. Not toward the gate leading to the world I came from, but to the world where everyone was waiting. The world where I belong. Don't ever show your face again. I muttered those words with a wry smile before opening the gate. A calming warmth washed over me and I could finally hear everyone's voices. Chapter 110, Walking Away from Fate. Kai's final, desperate attack pierced through the guide's chest clean. A blinding light erupted from the clash of black magic. The light was so intense that it was almost hard to believe such intense light could be produced from the clash of magic. When Nia opened her eyes again, she saw Kai falling from the sky. Just like the guide, Kai's body had been pierced by a sword too. Without even realizing it, her feet had already moved. She was running toward him as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Kai. Tears welled up, blurring her vision. It felt as if a hole had been torn through her heart. She was consumed by terror and pain. As she checked his body, she realized his heart had stopped. Her breath hitched. No words would come out of her mouth. Priest. Gather around. Holy magic. Cast holy magic now. No. This can't be. Nia cradled Kai's head gently. Tears streamed down her shocked face. Unable to bear the sight of Nia in despair, Chloe ran off, retreating somewhere. Alwyn, although she was in a deep panic, she still hastily cast holy magic on Kai while Brian was collapsing to the ground as if all strength had left her body. No. No. You said that you'd make me happy. You said that you'd keep making me happy. That no matter what happened, you'd stay by my side. No, please. I don't want this. No matter how much she shook his body, his cold body remained stiff. Even after all the priests had gathered and cast holy magic to him, Kai still didn't move. It was me. It was my fault. I was wrong. It was all my fault, so please. Please, wake up. Kai, Nia said as she repeatedly caressed the cheek of the person she dearly loved. Kai, without you, I can't be happy. Please. Kai, wake up. Everyone fell silent. Tears welling up in their eyes as they watched Nia wallowing in her sorrow. The girl who was once called the demon was crying. Her voice was soaked in grief. The once emotionless demon girl cried out so hard, as if her throat might tear apart. He was everything to her. His existence was her entire world. A world without him was nothing but hell. But within the next moment, with a sharp SSSH sound, as if something had pierced him, the head in her embrace suddenly jerked. Whoa? Nia turned her gaze to the side and there was Chloe. Her face was a mess from tears and snot. There was a cube in her hand. The cube that she had embedded into Kai's shoulder. Kai? Two girls, Nia and Chloe. They both called out the name of the person they loved with trembling voices. The hero who had won the battle. With a slightly awkward expression on his face, he managed to smile wryly at them. I'm back, huh? Wait. What? Within the next instant, Kai was hugged so tightly by the two girls that he could hardly breathe. They all cried for over an hour and he found himself comforting the crying girls desperately. I see. So this is the cube that was inside him. After everyone had calmed down, more or less, and Kai had been restored to his full health thanks to the help of the priests concentrating all of their holy power on him. Chloe told Kai what had happened. She quickly made her way to where the guide had fallen. She snatched that cube and stabbed it into Kai. The cube, which was brimming with life force, had brought Kai to life. Still, it's amazing that you were able to come up with that plan at that moment. As expected from Chloe. When I saw you collapsing to the ground, I immediately thought that was the only option we had. I see. By the way, Chloe-san. What? Are you still angry? I asked in a slightly awkward voice, and Chloe narrowed her eyes, as if she had been waiting for this exact moment. She then started rambling. I told you, didn't I? I told you to take better care of yourself, right? You promised me that we would always be together, didn't you, Kai? Whoa, and yet, what was that attack about? I can't believe it. That was just a suicide attack. You tossed aside your life without a thought, without thinking about our feelings. Just what were you thinking? Did it even cross your mind how we would feel being left behind by you? Just so you know, when I saw you get stabbed, my mind went completely blank. That's because I didn't have a choice. That was the only way to defeat the guide. Kai is a liar. Enya, I will never forgive you. I will never, ever forgive you. I will hold a grudge for the rest of my life. No matter what happens, I will hold a grudge for the rest of my life. Even with tears still flowing down her face, Nia was still tightly gripping Kai's right hand. She was holding his hand so firmly that Kai's hand was about to break from the force. Chloe was the same too. She was clenching Kai's left hand while glaring at him sharply. Her gaze was filled with resentment. And yet, neither of them showed any sign of wanting to leave his side. They wanted to feel even a little of their most important person's warmth. Although there were countless soldiers watching them, the two of them pressed their bodies close against the person they loved. The surviving soldiers, along with the two new heroes, Brian and Alwyn, could only watch the scene unfolding with fond smiles on their faces. So this is it, huh? They finally reached the place where the guide's corpse was laying, right in the center of the forest. The whole area had been turned into a scorched wasteland. The guide's body was already ice cold. Upon closer inspection, there was a massive hole right below the heart, and the lower half of the guide's body was barely connected to the upper half. I never expected that my last mistake would lead to this. I sighed deeply and the corner of my mouth curled up into a smile. Yes. My final attack had missed its course just a bit. I originally aimed for his heart, to be precise. The cube. I wanted to destroy the cube since that cube was the source of his life force, and then I would trigger an explosion with my sword to blow his body apart. However, due to the intense light covering my vision at the very last moment, or maybe I wasn't powerful enough, the tip of my sword ended up piercing right below his heart. Things didn't go as I planned, but well. Thanks to that mistake, I was able to stand on my ground now. But you know, that guy was barely alive, you know? The cube is still unscathed though. Just like what Chloe said, there was a large hole in the center of the guide's body. It was clear I had nearly killed him. In fact, when Chloe found the guide, he was barely conscious. Only the cube was still shining. But still, this cube was really strong. It made me wonder just how the Crown Prince made it. The guide's yellow eyes had stopped shining. It would never shine again. The conversation we had at the boundary of the dimensions was surely his last moment. I still remembered his words. No new guide would appear based on the personal favor he had given to me. I never wanted to see him again either. He was truly a troublesome enemy after all. Everyone. I turned around to face everyone. We wouldn't have won without everyone's effort. Thank you so much, everyone. It was time to put an end to this bitter war. We were now walking down a path that led to a happy future, away from the fate that was filled with destruction and death. This war. We're the winner of this war, I declared boldly, and everyone started cheering. Even though the war had ended, but life still went on. We had to clean up the mess, and of course, our future would be filled with so many hardships, but that was okay. This was the fate we chose and created. Beautiful blue skies with pure white clouds drifted above, while the ground overflowed with joy and relief. We had successfully shattered the scenario of this shitty game. Chapter 111, Epilogue. Brimming with happiness and love. 5 years had passed since the war that drove the Empire to its destruction came to an end. Cleaning up after the war proved to be much more challenging than I had anticipated. In a situation where the system of the nation was barely functioning, we had to create order from scratch. We also had to pay attention to the country's battered financial situation and the livelihoods of the people. That being said, the one who played a significant role in all of this was none other than Real. I wasn't very useful during the war, so I'll do the things that I can do with all of my heart. Thanks to her sharp mind and extensive economic knowledge, the country's declining financial situation was gradually stabilizing. Now, I mostly leave all the economic decisions to her. She reported the progress to me, and she was also the one I asked for consultation the most while managing the nation. The Empire. No. This country, which has now become a kingdom, of course needed a unite order as well. After all, the Imperial Army and the private soldiers belonging to the nobles had all perished during the war. The guide said that anything could happen at any time, so I want you all to take the lead and train the knights to become strong. A part of me was thinking, do we really need such a strong order of knights in this peaceful era? I had asked the leaders of the resistance to get prepared just in case something happened, like the emergence of the guide again. Fortunately, the members of the resistance readily followed my orders. They had all become the kingdom's new knight order, proudly maintaining their grandeur even now. Training assassins? Me? My archery is a secret technique exclusive to the elves. I can't teach them everything, but, well, I guess I can teach them a bit. I also made a personal request to Chloe and Brian. I asked them to create a special unit skilled in assassination and archery. The strength of a nation could be seen from its military power. It was always beneficial to become strong, especially since we never know when another being like the guide might appear again. I practically begged them to become the instructor of the soldiers while joining my hands together. Both of them nodded, albeit reluctantly. I get it. But why are you asking? You could have just given us an order. That's right. A king shouldn't act so humbly like this. Of course, military strength and economic power weren't the only things I cared about. Creating a proper place for Alwyn was important as well. Oku the elderly can go this way. Oh. Your Majesty. Hey, Alwyn. Looking busy today? After I finished half of my work, I stepped out into the city and caught the sight of Alwyn treating a patient. The church's priests, who had once lost the truth of the people, fortunately regained their honor due to their contributions at the last war. People started trusting the priests again, and Alwyn, once a candidate for the Pope, had now served as the actual Pope. She never flaunted her position, still dedicating herself to treat the sick in person throughout the city. Your Majesty. To think His Majesty would come to this backwoods place. I calmed the people who immediately dropped to their knees upon seeing me, and then, I smiled at Alwyn, the first female Pope. She was blushing happily before she said, Your Majesty, you need to take proper breaks every now and then, you know? No matter how important the tasks awaiting you, but you mustn't overdo it, okay? Your health is the most important thing. Yeah, of course. The amount of work I need to do has been decreasing. I've been able to relax a bit now. I received reports from Nia and Real. They said you've been pulling all that nighters for 3 days in a row. Though I immediately flinched, my shoulders tensing up. When I turned my head, I saw Alwyn looking up at me with a broad smile on her face, but her eyes weren't smiling at all. The corner of her lips were lifted into a smile, but her eyes were locked on me. Are you listening, Your Majesty? ? I get it. I will take a break. I will really take a break for real. No, but Nia, Real. Just when did you all become so close to the point you all could gang up on me like this? Well, 5 years had passed since the war. It was only natural for them to become close, but Fufu, it's good if you understand. Then, I will head back to the palace with everyone later. Yuck. Alright. So the rumors were true? His Majesty really can't oppose the queens? What a surprise. I didn't expect the great hero would be completely under their thumb. Hey, you two. Can you tell me more about what you just said? What kind of rumors are going around? Tell me. What kind of rumors? Nia-san. I'm still working, you know. No. This wouldn't do. The Bu monster refused to back down. However, I could understand her point. After all, although the night had grown late, but I was still working on paperwork in my office. Nia had been clinging to me for hours, but I still hadn't given her a proper kiss or hug. But Nia-san, is it really okay for the Queen of the Kingdom to act so childishly like this? I think there's a problem with the king who only works even though the queen is clinging to him for hours. Well, that may be true, but Kai has done nothing but work since you became the king. Nia, who was always by my side, pulled her face back a bit to look up at me with upturned eyes. You're always working even at night, and when you actually have free time, you immediately go out to the town or to the Knight's Order. Kai has become so cold and mean since becoming king. It's not my fault that there's so much work to do. Darn it. I never wanted to be a king in the first place. Kai. Are you crying? You are. Ugh. Why did I even say I would become the king? I never wanted a future like this either. After the war ended, the citizens, including all members of the resistance, tried to put me on the throne. The empire had lost its foundation, and at that time, chaos was literally everywhere. Hence why, I couldn't really blame them. I declared in front of everyone that I would become king until all the mess had been sorted. However, now that we had finished clearing all the mess from the war, the people started saying how they didn't want anyone else to become the king. In the end, I found myself burdened with so much work that I couldn't even rest at night. But still, staying up all night is not good. No matter how sturdy your body is, you need to take a proper rest at night. I know, but I can't help it. This is my duty as the king. This is why everyone can't leave Kai alone. Besides, the king still has other duty to attend to, you know. Other do. Then, Nia's expression suddenly turned sultry as she stared at me intently. Her cheeks were flushed a bit and the mood between us immediately changed. After spending all these years with Nia, I could immediately understand what she was hoping for. Ma making children. We need to have a successor, but I mean, aside from me, there's also Chloe, Real, Brian and Alwyn. But still. Kai. No, I mean, you're right, but... Yeah. Kai. You don't want to do it with me? There was no way I didn't want to do it. I had all these incredibly beautiful women showering me with affections. This was the reason why I welcomed all 5 of them, including Nia, as my queens. However, recently, due to my duties as the king, I hadn't been able to find the time to spoil them. After all, the moment we started doing it, I would be occupied for hours to come. Moreover, everyone also had their own set of responsibilities. That was why I thought I should hold back a bit. With Kai. MMHP? Mwah. And so, I kissed Nia so I could convey my feelings to her clearly. I didn't want to leave any doubt in his heart. Her eyes opened wide for a bit, but she quickly closed her eyes and accepted me. We nibbled and licked each other's lips, exchanging kisses now that we had become much more skilled than before. Finally, our lips were separated. Nia was looking at me with a flushed expression. Kai. Nia. I wouldn't be able to make this far without Nia. She was the reason why I was able to have this wonderful future. Gratitude and love surged within me, making it hard for me to maintain my sanity. Kai, are you going to turn me into a mess? Well, it should be fine now. Most of the work was already done anyway. I hugged Nia tightly and slowly stood up with her in my arms. Nia buried her face in my chest and clung to me tightly. Just when we were about to leave my office, the door suddenly opened. Anya! Exclamation mark tilde. It's not fair. You guys already started with us. Nia-chan, stealing a march is not a good thing to do, you know. Humphrey Cheetah. Foo your majesty. I see you were doing an all that nighter again. Just how did things ended up in this way? Standing in front of the office were Chloe, Real, Brian and Alwyn. They were all girls who had loved me so dearly these past 5 years. Bua. Interruption has arrived. Interruption? I will let you know, you were the one who said that we should all attack him together, Nia. Just why did you act first before everyone? This lewd queen. Nia pouted as she voiced her dissatisfaction, and Chloe jumped in, seemingly waiting for this moment based on what she said. I'm not lewd. You're more lewd than I am, Chloe. What? However, Nia was quick to counter Chloe. Chloe's face turned bright red as she stared at me. No, but, did I just hear something that I shouldn't have, huh? What did you mean by all 5 of you are going to attack me together? Kai, you've been working so hard, always pulling all-nighter. Besides, there's another duty that you need to fulfill as the king. You know. Just so you know, El's mate for life. We only love one person for the rest of our life. I'd like you to be more appreciative of my love. Well, while I've decided to dedicate my life to gods, but before being a pope, I'm also a queen, so... I could feel the chill run down my spine. Of course, since I had a lot of magic power in my body, I wouldn't run out of stamina so easily, but... I could feel it. The danger of having to face all 5 of them at once. Alright. Maybe it's better if I run from here. So I thought to myself. I was about to draw my magic power within my body to escape, but Nia suddenly placed both hands on me. Her red eyes seemed to shine dangerously. Kai. You were about to run away just now. It was not a question. It was a statement. No. I wasn't trying to run away or anything. Everyone, are you ready? Still nestled in my embrace, Nia turned to the other 4. All of them slowly nodded and approached me. Question mark. I truly didn't know why things ended up in this way, but one thing I knew for sure. Now, our daily life was brimming with happiness and love.